Chapter 1631. He raised his hand and a green sword appeared in his hand, accompanied by a murderous aura. You actually have a demonic weapon! When the black-clothed woman saw the cyan sword, her eyes flashed with a trace of shock. Mainly because of the fanged sword. The terrifying aura released from it was a demonic weapon. Immediately, the woman in black's eyes were filled with fear. A demonic weapon was similar to an immortal weapon, but in some aspects, a demonic weapon was more powerful and harder to resist. Hey, this guy has a demonic weapon. Hurry up and kill them to help me. The woman in black was naturally frightened. She didn't expect this guy to hide so well. If he was hit by the magic weapon, the injury would probably be irreparable. At that time, he would directly die. No one wanted to die just like that. Facing the leader of Qing Gang who had a demonic weapon, the woman in black didn't dare to be careless anymore. He displayed his free and unfettered body art. She reached a very mysterious state. Everywhere in the sky, there were shadows of the latter. But in reality, there was not a single real body among these shadows. This was the special ability of the Xiao Yao body art. Otherwise, how could she, Du Xiaojia, rely on this move to roam the Jianghu for so long? Li Zongjiu took the time to look back. This so-called demonic weapon was indeed emitting a terrifying aura. It looked like a good thing. Li Zongjiu was also thinking in his heart that he had to get his hands on this good item. Even if he didn't use it, he could sell it in the future and exchange it for soul beans. This would be a good income. How dare you be distracted when fighting with me? The Qing Gang's master was instantly displeased. You arrogant fellow, how dare you disregard my existence like this? One must know that he also wanted to save face. Who knew that Li Zongjiu dared to ignore him? He was a level 7 and 8. But Li Zongjiu really didn't care about him. Unparalleled sword. The unparalleled sword, which had been hiding its power all this time, suddenly exploded with a terrifying power. It directly blasted the person in front of him, causing the latter to retreat. Even the latter was astonished by the sudden increase in power. He had not expected such a situation to occur. He was a little flustered. Li Zongjiu also took advantage of the situation and threw out the sword in his hand. At the same time, he suddenly closed in on his opponent and threw a punch. It directly broke the latter's elemental energy defense with ease. Boom! When the elemental energy defense was shattered, the two peerless swords chopped off the elemental energy from the elemental energy defense. Shwa shwa! The sword chi landed. This person didn't even have time to react when his arms were chopped off. When he did, his mouth was wide open in shock. No! My hand! My hand! With a panicked roar, Li Zongjiu punched again, and the latter's head was directly smashed. This person didn't seem to have any treasures in his hands. Therefore, this punch completely ended the latter's life. Li Zongjiu was better at close combat. Now that he had used his full strength, it could be said that he thought highly of him. Using a sword was just a cover for Li Zongjiu's strength. It was to make it convenient for him to launch a surprise attack at such a time. After all, in such an unfamiliar environment, it would be too stupid to explode his full strength. He waved his hand and collected all the soul beans that the latter had dropped. At the same time, he quickly rushed toward the other two. The tiger-headed warrior was indeed a brave warrior of the fallen tribe. His strength was several times stronger than the termite demon queen. If Li Zongjiu had met this guy back then, the entire sacred martial realm would have been destroyed. If an expert like the Black Sea Lord refused to take action, it would be troublesome. The entire world would be killed by the fallen tribe. Of course, if the fallen tribe had such strength, they wouldn't have been hunted down by the ape tribe. Speaking of the Black Sea Lord, Li Zongjiu even suspected that the Black Sea Lord had come to this great world. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to break through to the celestial realm in the lower realm. In fact, it was simply impossible because of the age of the medicinal ingredient. There was simply no way to have enough medicinal ingredients to concoct a better medicinal pill. There was also no stronger cultivation system. Even the inheritance of the demon clan might not have the ability to break through to the celestial realm. At most, it would be lingering in the innate realm. It was extremely difficult to break through to the celestial realm. Even Li Zhongjiu hadn't found a way to break through to the celestial realm after coming to this great world. He could only take one step at a time. He had to take the position of the faction leader first. Li Zhongjiu quickly displayed his strength again and killed the remaining two. Once again, he received close to 30 soul beans. However, it seemed that the tiger-headed warlord had overexerted himself. Li Zhongjiu didn't hesitate to put the soul beans he had just received into the tiger tally. Immediately, the tiger-headed warlord's strength was restored. It was more useful than a human. Why do I feel that this guy can still be upgraded? Li Zhongjiu looked at the tiger-headed warlord, who was full of fighting spirit, and suddenly had a premonition. He could clearly feel it. It was obvious that this wasn't the tiger-headed warlord's limit. If there were enough soul beans, it could help the tiger-headed warlord continue to improve its strength. It could at least reach the peak of the innate realm. This made Li Zhongjiu an unexpected discovery and gain. The group of people from before probably didn't have enough soul beans to improve the tiger-headed warlord's strength. However, Li Zhongjiu wouldn't waste such a good opportunity. However, the most important thing now was to get rid of the Green Gang's faction leader. He saw that 3 of his faction's core members had been killed. Even the Green Gang's faction leader couldn't take down the woman in black. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu had freed up his hands. This made the Green Gang's faction leader stunned. Immediately, a trace of anxiety flashed across his eyes. He wanted to escape at this moment. Unfortunately, it was too late. Li Zhongjiu commanded the 2 swords and the tiger-headed warlord to attack. He didn't even talk nonsense. He attacked as soon as he got close. Boom! Powerful origin energy fluctuations pierced through the entire area. Fanged Ghost. A ray of light appeared around the Green Gang's faction leader. Then, he threw out the sword in his hand. Instantly, the sword in his hand transformed into a fanged ghost. It had a green face and fangs. It was quite ferocious. Li Zhongjiu directly plucked the aura from the fanged ghost. Then, it merged into the indefinite ring. Change. The unparalleled sword in his hand instantly transformed into a fanged sword. Chapter 1632. In Li Zhongjiu's hand, there was actually an identical fanged sword. And it could exert the same effect. It had the same momentum. Li Zhongjiu was just giving it a try. After all, the Fang sword seemed to be a real demonic weapon. It was on the same level as an immortal weapon. Even the unparalleled sword was only a half-step immortal weapon, not a real immortal weapon. Now, Li Zhongjiu easily copied the Fang sword. Not only was Li Zhongjiu surprised, but the leader of the Qin gang also widened his eyes when he saw this scene. How can it be? How can you have the Fang sword? The leader of the Qin gang exclaimed. However, Fang Ghost was able to tell the difference between the real deal and the fake one. He immediately reached out and slapped Li Zhongjiu. The girl in black was also quite surprised when she saw the Fang sword in Li Zhongjiu's hand. She didn't expect Li Zhongjiu to have so many tricks up his sleeve. After all, Li Zhongjiu's tricks were endless and quite powerful. Li Zhongjiu also activated the Fang sword in his hand, and the Fang ghost in it burst out instantly. The 2 Fang ghosts collided directly. With a boom, the aura vibrated and spread out continuously. The Fang ghosts kept colliding with each other. The movement of the battle was also earth-shattering. It has almost reached the celestial realm. This thing is so powerful. When he saw the leader of the Qin gang use the Fang sword, he thought that the power of the Fang sword was just ordinary. But now, after the fanged ghost's strength erupted, they could clearly feel how terrifying the fanged sword's strength was. Obviously, the leader of the Qin gang didn't have enough strength to release the full power of the Fang sword. That was why such a situation happened. When the two Fang ghosts fought, Li Zongjiu didn't waste any time and opportunity. He directly attacked the leader of the Qin gang with the tiger-headed warrior. After all, the indefinite ring was a duplicate of the same item, so it was hard to say when the other party would beat it to the point where it would be exposed. Therefore, at this time, he must seize the opportunity to kill the person in front of him. The tiger-headed warrior swung the twin hammers in his hands. He smashed them toward the leader of the Qin gang's chest. Dong! With a loud bang, even the power that spread out from the collision had a kind of power that could destroy the sky, and it continued to vibrate continuously. The leader of the Qin gang retreated rapidly, was directly knocked back by the opponent. Green Mountain Tactics, fighting under the clear sky, magic arsenal. The leader of the Qin gang saw the strength of Li Zongjiu and the tiger-headed warrior. In addition, there was a girl in black who was eyeing him covetously. If he didn't use some magic treasures, there was no way he could defeat Li Zongjiu. At the same time, the leader of the Qin gang had already felt the pressure from Li Zongjiu. Immediately, a series of green beans flew out from the latter's sleeves. These green beans bounced a few times in the air, and then directly transformed into the appearance of the leader of the Qin gang, and appeared in front of Li Zongjiu and the others. He directly activated the magic art and blasted toward Li Zongjiu. Buddha's palm. Li Zongjiu struck out with his palm, and the power in front of him exploded one after another. This leader of the Qin gang has a lot of treasures in his hands. Li Zongjiu couldn't help but exclaim. Even the leader of the Qin gang was so difficult to deal with. If it was the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, he would be even more difficult to deal with. Therefore, Li Zongjiu couldn't be too careless. Otherwise, he might really be taken care of by the other party. The girl in black also joined the battle. She kicked the figures formed by the green beans into pieces. Bang! 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 I'll deal with these doppelgangers. You go and deal with him, the girl in black said. Li Zongjiu didn't hesitate at all. Under such circumstances, he directly left the battle circle and charged toward the leader of the Qin gang again. The unparalleled sword in his hand, surrounded by the power of ice and fire, easily pushed back the figures in front of him. Once again, he broke through the defense of the doppelgangers and came in front of the leader of the Qin gang. What? Seeing Li Zongjiu come out, the leader of the Qin gang's face suddenly changed. The joint attack with the tiger-headed warrior seriously injured the leader of the Qin gang directly. The leader of the Qin gang fell from the sky to the ground. Li Zongjiu also fell from the sky. With one punch, he broke one of the leader of the Qin gang's legs. The unparalleled sword was placed on the leader's neck. The cold, bone-piercing power of the sword made the leader of the Qin gang's face become filled with fear. You, who exactly are you? Such a top expert suddenly appeared. This person's strength was definitely not simple. How could it be such a coincidence that he met such an expert? He couldn't believe that this was a coincidence. Someone must have deliberately arranged this. Otherwise, how could such a situation occur? I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. Either you hand over the leader's position or you die. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. There was also a clear iciness in his eyes. He was clearly saying that he would not show any mercy to them. If he didn't agree, he wouldn't waste any more time and would kill him. Let's talk nicely. I can give you whatever you want. I can give you 100,000 soul beans as long as you give me time. The leader of the Qin gang said hurriedly. However, Li Zongjiu didn't seem to be moved. He just stared at the leader of the Qin gang with a cold gaze. Do you know who I am? Commander Mi Shur of the Red Soul City is my uncle. In a moment of desperation, the leader of the Qin gang wanted to reveal his identity. At the very least, he wanted to use this to threaten the latter. If he took the leader's position, his uncle would definitely come looking for him. After all, he wouldn't have such a good chance to escape. It wasn't something that he could escape from just because he wanted to. As a commander of the Red Soul City, he had absolute strength. This wasn't a joke. He could easily deal with him. 3. 2. Li Zongjiu raised the unparalleled sword in his hand. He was about to descend and chop off the leader's head. He didn't care about the consequences. As long as he got the leader's position, he could talk about the rest later. Commanders were amazing. If they dared to block Li Zongjiu's path, they would be killed in one strike. What could you do? You were just so arrogant. There was no need to care too much about other things. If other factors could easily influence your decision, it would be difficult for you to succeed. In that case, it will be difficult for you to succeed. You won't even be able to do the simplest thing well. Therefore, if you wanted to do something well, you had to be completely focused and single-minded. Stop, I'll hand it over. Chapter 1633. The unparalleled sword was already pressed against the man's windpipe, and the surface of his skin was already cut open. In this way, the man in front of him felt a real threat. An aura of death involuntarily emerged from his body. If he had not spoken in time, Li Zongjiu would have stabbed him with his sword. There was no room for regret. He broke out in a cold sweat. In this macro world, anything could happen and happen. Therefore, he did not doubt that Li Zongjiu would kill him. After all, Li Zongjiu did not look like he was afraid. Finally, the leader of the Qin gang took out a gang token. He erased the mark on it and handed it to Li Zongjiu. I'll give you the token and you'll spare my life? The guild building token. This was the legendary guild building token. Hong Long had described to Li Zongjiu what the guild building token looked like. Li Zongjiu received the guild establishment token without any expression on his face. He didn't seem to be very excited either. It was his emotionless expression that made Hong Long feel uneasy. He could not even imagine the background of Li Zongjiu in front of him. He could only blame himself for being unlucky. He did not bring more people with him when he came out. Usually, after becoming the leader, he would hide in his gang's base to cultivate. After all, if there was any fighting, he only needed to send his subordinates out. He could hide safely in the city, cultivate, and gain benefit. Why not do such a good thing? However, he had just established the Qin gang not long ago. When he heard that there were benefits to be gained, he came over. He did not expect to be killed by the girl in black. This made him very unhappy. Later, he found that the girl in black had the legendary carefree body movement. He was even more greedy and wanted to obtain the free and unfettered movement technique. The final outcome was obvious. It just so happened that it fell into Li Zongjiu's hands. Even if Li Zongjiu was being polite, he wouldn't let you off so easily, so he snatched your guild establishment token. When Li Zongjiu engraved his mind imprint on it, some additional information suddenly appeared in his mind. He was even able to see it in an extremely specific manner. Looking at the additional information in front of his eyes. Gang members. Gang activity. In addition to the contribution points of the gang members, there was also a column for hatred points. In this hatred point, there was also some recorded information. They were all enemies who had killed members of the Qin gang. The black-clothed girl was among them. Li Zongjiu was supposed to be one too. However, now that Li Zongjiu had become the leader of the Qin gang, the hatred from before had disappeared. Du Xiaojiao was now ranked first. That was the black-clothed woman in front of him. This thing is quite useful. The existence of the guild establishment token really surprised Li Zongjiu. He even understood and felt clearly that this was the power of the macro world. It was the creativity of a heavenly emperor-tier powerhouse. It was so terrifying. All these things appeared because of the will of the heavenly emperor-tier powerhouse. Anything could appear this way just because he wanted it to be this way. It was unbelievable. Everything was just the will of the great emperor of the Xian Tian sect. Okay, I'm a man of my word, Li Zongjiu said. The latter used his own essence energy to reattach that broken leg of his. Li Zongjiu got his guild establishment token as he wished. He took over the entire Qin gang. Young man, don't blame me for not reminding you. The establishment of this gang is not my power. You've provoked a group of people you can't afford to provoke. After the leader of the Qin gang finished speaking, he immediately left. He summoned his Fang sword over. At the same time, his figure quickly disappeared into the sky. If you continue to stay here, Li Zongjiu might suddenly have a murderous intent and kill you directly. What can you do? Let him go just like that. The black-clothed woman said angrily. She just watched him escape. Thinking of how arrogant he was before, the black-clothed woman was quite angry. I've already gotten what I wanted, Li Zongjiu said. He was not a homicidal maniac. Sometimes, when he was unhappy with you, he might kill you directly. But sometimes, as long as he achieved his goal, there was no need to kill so many people. When your strength reached a certain level, you would have no enemies. Just like Li Zongjiu, if he returned to the Shengwu continent, he would not have any enemies to speak of. In this macro world, enemies would always exist. You might even be targeted without even knowing it. Moreover, after killing you, soul beans would appear. These soul beans were the most direct benefit. Although it was a bit wasteful, some people liked it this way and some people were forced to do it. Anything could happen. Li Zongjiu did it according to his heart. If it was necessary, he would kill the other party. But Du Xiaojiao was a bit unhappy. After all, this person wanted to kill her just now. If she had not been lucky, she would not have had the chance to escape. Of course, it was also because Li Zongjiu had help. If Li Zongjiu had not helped her, she would have been in a lot of trouble. You actually robbed a gang just like that? Amazing. Isn't the gang fun? Do you want me to be the deputy leader? Du Xiaojia saw that Li Zongjiu was a bit interesting. Moreover, Li Zongjiu was her savior. He had a lot of secrets. Sure, but you have to hand over your carefree body technique. Li Zongjiu said. There could only be one deputy leader. If Li Zongjiu died now, Du Xiaojiao would directly become the leader. There was a reason why Li Zongjiu did not kill the Qin gang leader just now. It was because of this. If the guild building token had an emergency mechanism, after the original leader died and the guild building token changed hands, it would directly lock onto the deputy leader and erase the effect of the guild building token in Li Zongjiu's hands. Instead, it would be used on the deputy leader. Li Zongjiu's efforts would have been in vain. Hearing that Li Zongjiu was also thinking about her carefree body technique, Du Xiaojia immediately took a step back. Du Xiaojia took 2 steps back vigilantly. Don't even think about snatching my free and unfettered body art. I still have very powerful people above me, and my luck has always been very good. Chapter 1634. Li Zongjiu originally wanted to snatch it. However, to Li Zongjiu, it didn't matter if he had it or not. Hence, Li Zongjiu didn't care about it. If he bought it, it wouldn't be too expensive. Hence, he didn't force it. However, the guild creation token was different. The guild creation tablet was worth 500,000 soul beans. The benefits it could bring were uncountable. Hence, Li Zongjiu had to snatch it. Even if he had to kill some people, he had to do it. However, for the carefree Dharma body, Li Zongjiu was indeed very interested as he watched. However, one had to know that this thing was only ranked in the top 100. Hence, Li Zongjiu wasn't very interested in its value. If this thing could reach the top 10, he wouldn't hesitate to kill Du Xiaojiao in front of him. Otherwise, you'll have to take the initiative to hand it over. Otherwise, death was the only way out for them. Li Zongjiu had always done things simply. Your movement technique is only ranked in the top 100. I'm not very interested. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and said. If he could obtain this huge Qin gang, for Li Zongjiu, it would be a great tool to increase his strength. He had to study this thing properly. Du Xiaojia also glanced left and right. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. How about this? I'll be friends with you. My name is Du Xiaojia. You can call me Miss Du. Du Xiaojia said generously. She actually extended her hand to Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu naturally wouldn't be stingy. He shook her hand. Li Zongjiu. There was nothing wrong with telling her his name. If you have any problems in the future, come find me in Spirit Void City. It's not fun here. I'll leave first. Du Xiaojia didn't plan to stay here for long. After all, there were dangers all around. It was better to leave this place first. Li Zongjiu did not stop him. Spirit Void City? It was probably one of the main cities, but he didn't know how strong it was compared to the Crimson Soul City. When Hong Long saw the other party leave, he quickly showed himself and came to Li Zongjiu. How is it, done? Hong Long was also pleasantly surprised. At the very least, he had seen Li Zongjiu snatch the token from the other party's body. Done. Do you want to join? Li Zongjiu looked at Hong Long and said. Hong Long did not expect Li Zongjiu to invite him to join the faction. He was so excited that he did not know what to do. Do I have the chance? Hong Long said. How do I add this in? Li Zongjiu didn't seem to understand how to use the guild establishment token. You just need to let the members drip a drop of blood on the guild establishment token. Hong Long said. Then, he dripped a drop of blood on the guild establishment token. Immediately, a wave of energy came from the guild establishment token. In Li Zongjiu's mind, information about Hong Long appeared. Of course, it was just some basic information about his strength and contribution. He couldn't see anything else. After all, this was a faction, not some strange machine. Promote him to the deputy faction leader. Li Zongjiu held the guild establishment token in his hand and used his mind to control it. Suddenly, a ray of light came from the guild establishment token and landed on Hong Long's body. Hong Long was flattered. He didn't expect Li Zongjiu to give him the position of deputy faction leader directly. What kind of honor was this? He had never experienced such trust between people before. If ordinary people wanted to join a faction, they would have to pay a price. At the very least, they would have to pay a fee to join the faction. With a faction, ordinary people would not dare to bully you. However, it was not easy to join a faction. It was impossible to join just because you wanted to. The position of deputy faction leader also had more power. He could command the members of the faction and take the initiative to recruit members. It was considered that he had gained a part of the authority to manage the faction. It was considered a high position. If one could gain a part of the authority in such a position, how powerful would he be and how convenient it would be? Of course, it also depended on how he used it. Moreover, the position of deputy gang leader required a person who was very trustworthy to be qualified for it. Li Zongjiu didn't care. As long as the person was trustworthy enough, it was fine. It didn't matter if the person was powerful or not. Anyway, he was the strongest in the faction. This was Li Zongjiu's thought. He wouldn't waste too much time thinking about these things. Thank you, faction leader, Hong Long said excitedly. In the future, I'll leave all the messy matters in the faction to you, Li Zongjiu said. He naturally didn't have the time to care about these matters. Therefore, he let Hong Long do it. Anyway, Hong Long seemed to be good in this aspect. It would be easier to leave it to him. By the way, the girl just said that she was from the Spirit Void City. Where is the Spirit Void City? Li Zongjiu didn't know much about the situation in the macro world. When Li Zongjiu said the words, Spirit Void City, Hong Long was stunned. Hong Long paused for a moment, as if he had been bitten, or as if he had bumped into the tree. His entire body froze. You mean the Spirit Void City? Hong Long? He asked Li Zongjiu in shock. Yes. Li Zongjiu was sure that he didn't hear it wrong. Besides, he couldn't have made up a name. Spirit Void City, it's real? Hong Long muttered to himself. He seemed to be in endless shock. Being slapped by the shocking waves again and again? He was completely dumbfounded by the slap. Is this place very special? In the entire limitless true flame world, there are 5 main cities, but in reality there are only 6. This 6th main city is also a legendary existence. It is said that in this main city, even the weakest one has the strength of the celestial realm. Li Zhongjiu understood when he heard this. So much foreshadowing. The 6th main city was the Spirit Void City. It was just that no one knew where the Spirit Void City was. But looking at the guy in front of him, he understood that the Spirit Void City was not a legend. It was just a legend in the eyes of ordinary people. When you have enough strength to come in contact with these things, you can really master these legendary things. Those who were once high and mighty will also appear in front of you. Everything will no longer be a legend. It seems that I have to go to the Spirit Void City if I have the chance. Everyone is in the celestial realm, which means that there are stronger existences. There must be good things in it. Chapter 1635. This was something that Li Zhongjiu did not expect. This little girl actually came from the Spirit Void main city. No wonder she was so confident in escaping from the Qing gang's leader and the other experts. This was indeed something that Li Zhongjiu did not expect. Otherwise, if he squeezed this little girl dry, he might be able to get other treasures. If I knew this guy would hand over the position of leader so easily, I wouldn't have killed those experts. Li Zhongjiu regretted killing people. Who knew that the guild building token would have such a great effect? Why did he have to kill those people? He could have just left them here. He would definitely be able to create some other value. Li Zhongjiu and Lin Fan left the place. 2 days passed. The elite team that went out to hunt demons finally returned. After all, their soul imprints were in Li Zhongjiu's hands. Hence, it was not difficult to find Li Zhongjiu. These people were obviously very tired. After a series of battles, this elite team was already on the verge of collapsing. Now they were finally done. They just wanted to collect the heads of these demons as soon as possible in exchange for their lives. 5 people appeared in front of Li Zhongjiu. There were a total of 100 demons on the bounty notice in his hand. Li Zhongjiu was very satisfied. These people had no choice but to hand over the items to Li Zhongjiu and complete the transfer of the number of demons on the notice. Now that the number of demons is enough and we have given you the items, please keep your promise, sir. The leader of the other party said bravely. Now it was time to decide life and death. Li Zhongjiu looked at the nervous faces of these people. I can return your soul imprints to you, Li Zhongjiu said. Everyone's eyes lit up. However, when he said that, they could not help but feel their hearts tighten. Usually when someone said this, there must be other conditions. This immediately made everyone nervous. Sure enough, he wouldn't let them off so easily. When they thought of such a situation, although they were already mentally prepared, when such a situation appeared, they were still shocked. They could only accept it. If he couldn't accept it, what else could he do? To die. Although the process of living in such a large world was very painful, who would be willing to accept death? Sometimes it was just a small step to enter a wonderful world and have a supreme status. Only by living could one have the hope of obtaining everything. Everyone was waiting for Li Zhongjiu to speak as if they were waiting for a death sentence. If you want to join my gang and work for me, I will return your soul imprints. This way, it won't be considered as breaking our agreement, Li Zhongjiu said. He was a very trustworthy person. Sometimes, if he said that he wanted your entire family dead, he would kill your entire family. Even if he left a small survivor, it would become a standard for breaking his promise. Join a gang. Everyone looked at Li Zhongjiu in surprise. You only need to join a gang? You have a gang? These people couldn't believe their ears. They thought that they had heard wrongly. They continued to ask the same question again. That's right. Li Zhongjiu nodded and said. At the same time, he took out the guild building token. He placed it in front of everyone. After dripping your blood into the gang, your soul will be returned automatically. These 5 people did not disband after going through such a thing, which showed that their cohesiveness was very strong. At least this group of people had something to look forward to. It was very rare to be so united in such an environment in this large world. It just so happened that Li Zhongjiu couldn't find anyone else to use at the moment, so he recruited all 5 of them. Although there were other people in the gang, Li Zhongjiu did not know them. How could he command them to do things? It was not easy to manage. At this moment, the man in the lead finally took a step forward and gathered his courage. No matter what, they would die anyway. Now that Li Zhongjiu had a gang, for idle people like them. Of course, it was a very good thing. They even wanted to join some gangs to protect themselves. But now there was such a good opportunity. Li Zhongjiu didn't know how difficult it was to set up a gang. As long as you set it up, there would be countless people flocking to join your gang. After the leader of the group joined the gang, the leader of the group became a disciple. Li Zhongjiu automatically returned his soul imprint. There was also a disadvantage after joining the gang. That was, if you did not get permission, you could not leave the gang. In other words, you had to continue to work for the gang, sharing honor and disgrace. Of course, this was not a big deal for people who joined the gang voluntarily. The restrictions of the gang were not that strong. They only needed to pay tribute on time. The others saw that he had taken back his soul imprint and followed suit. Suddenly, Li Zhongjiu's gang had 5 new members. Since you are all members of my Qin gang, earn more money in the future, Li Zhongjiu said. In the Shengu continent, Li Zhongjiu was in charge of many forces. Even the largest White Deer Mansion was founded by Li Zhongjiu. But in fact, in terms of management, Li Zhongjiu did not have any thoughts in this area, so he directly let Hong Long manage it. After joining the gang, Li Zhongjiu did not continue to keep these people and let them go freely. After that, Li Zhongjiu also wandered around for a few days. Then, he headed towards the Crimson Soul City. At this moment, in the Crimson Soul City, the original leader of the Qin gang had also returned to the main city and quickly reported the matter of the gang establishment token. The report was reported to Commander Mi Shi. Commander Mi Shi was also well known in the Crimson Soul City. He was ruthless and killed people like flax. Because of the cultivation method he cultivated, Commander Mi Shi looked like a stone man. His combat strength was extremely strong. The defense of his physical body alone was equivalent to an immortal armor. If an ordinary person wanted to break through, it was almost impossible. After Commander Mi Shi heard what the leader of the Qin gang said, his eyes darkened slightly. Haha, how dare you? Find this person for me. Tell him that I, Mi Shi, am looking for him. Commander Mi Shi laughed like a stone with a crack. In the Crimson Soul City, it was too easy for him to find a person with his authority. He did not expect that someone would dare to mess with him. It was simply courting death. Chapter 1636. In the Mi Shi Hall where Commander Mi Shi was, he had a total of 500 iron stone soldiers under him. The strength of this group of people could be said to be very strong. At least, it was impossible to find one to fight against their iron stone army alone. Soon, Commander Mi Shi had already sent people to find news about the new gang leader of Qin gang. However, this could only be done in secret. When you have this power, you must also shoulder the corresponding responsibility. At the same time, there were some restrictions. For example, if you want to control this gang, you must do it in secret. Using your own means and strength, you must secretly establish this gang and let someone take over this gang. Then, the gang leader who had been promoted would be able to hand over all the benefits to him. This was the benefit of having power. It could easily settle all these matters. It allowed you to reap greater profits. Even people who had the power and the means would do so. Even the city lord of the Crimson Soul City was doing it in the same way, using this method to reap greater profit. He, Commander Mi Shi, had so many soldiers to raise, so the daily consumption was also a very large number. Otherwise, how could he raise such a powerful army? Everything was linked to these things. Now Li Zongjio had touched a piece of Commander Mi Shi's cake. That must be to find Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio and the others were not surprised that someone wanted to deal with him. But it was not easy for these people to deal with him. Li Zongjio did not show up, but asked Hong Long to hand in the demon mission. Li Zongjio was not stupid. There must be someone in Red Soul City who was watching him. But the effect of this gang-building token was, in fact, one way. The gang leader could find the members of Qin Gang, but the members of the gang could not locate the gang leader. It was not an easy task to find Li Zongjio in this vast sea of people. Li Zongjio and the others secretly returned to the Crimson Soul City, and at the same time changed to another inn. Li Zongjio dismissed the members of the elite team on the spot. If there was another mission involving a group of demons, he would summon them again. Every day, Li Zongjio's current setting was to extract 2 soul beans from each gang member. Currently, there were 36 members in Li Zongjio's gang. Every day, he could obtain 72 soul beans. In a month, he would be able to obtain over 2,000 soul beans. This made Li Zongjio very satisfied. Although there weren't many right now, in the future, when the gang grew to over 1,000 or even 10,000 people, how terrifying would the soul beans be? Li Zongjio moved his fingers and calculated. This was indeed a little cool. As for the members of the Qin Gang, Li Zongjio had never seen him before, so he did not know him. He did not have much interest in paying attention to these people. Who knew if there would be any trouble left behind from before among these people? Li Zongjio casually found a small, relatively hidden building. This small building was beside a mountain and a river. It was an elegant place. It was called the Mountain Residence Building. It was said that the real owner of this mountain residence was a stunning woman. However, very few people could see her. Usually, it was her subordinates who took care of it. It was considered a quiet place, and many people liked to live in such a place. However, the fees were much more expensive than outside. Just a day alone required a total of 20 soul beans. The mountain residence building had a total of 8 courtyards. They were all independent courtyards, and usually 2 or 3 families could live in the courtyards. However, Li Zongjio directly booked one of them. How could he allow others to snore next to his bed? If he was targeted by others in such a place, it would be very dangerous. Therefore, Li Zongjio spent 50 soul beans a day to book this one. He should have obtained many things from the demon group mission. However, most of Li Zongjio's soul beans had been consumed by Poison Dragon Aotion and the Tiger Tally. He was left with less than 500. In the evening, Hong Long returned. On the way back, he did not dare to believe it. He even looked left and right trying to be secretive. It wasn't until he returned to Li Zongjio's place that he secretly took out the rewards he had received. What is it? Why are you being so secretive? Li Zongjio looked at Hong Long in front of him. With his sneaky look, those who did not know better would think that he had stolen some treasure. Huff, huff, you should be mentally prepared. Li Zongjio had seen all kinds of situations before. He actually needed to be mentally prepared. He immediately took out the unparalleled sword. If you don't tell me, I'll cut you down immediately. Hong Long shook his head helplessly. Seeing Li Zongjio's lack of emotion, he finally took out all the things he had obtained. When Li Zongjio saw the item, he was stunned. No way! That's right? I didn't expect the city lord to be so generous this time. Hong Long did not seem to expect it either. The demon gang's mission this time was actually able to give out such a great reward. Fortunately, the receiving of these mission rewards was also in a secret state. They were all independent rooms. Unless one's performance was particularly obvious, otherwise, it was impossible to tell what kind of things one had received. Hong Long's expression was also very good. Therefore, he quickly took out the item. When Li Zongjio saw the item in his hand, he was very surprised. Guild building token. Another guild building token. Now that Li Zongjio had a guild, this guild building token was superfluous to Li Zongjio. As long as he sold it, he could get 500,000 soul beans. This item is good. Just sell it, Li Zhongjie said. These things didn't seem to be very difficult to obtain. Oh, otherwise, how could he obtain such things in his hands now? It seemed that he was also the son of fate. We can sell it and upgrade the guild, Hong Long said in a low voice. Upgrade the guild? When Li Zhongjie heard Hong Long's words, he was stunned. What did he mean? Did he want to upgrade the guild? That's right. Upgrading the guild can increase the maximum number of members. It can even have other functions, such as obtaining the guild's resident rights. Within this resident rights, even the city lord cannot control what happens inside. If anyone from outside the guild walks in, the guild master can use the resident rights to kill them, Hong Long said. Li Zhongjie's eyes lit up. He could ignore the other things, but it was still the right to directly kill people. This seemed to be a little satisfying. It was very suitable for him. Is there such a good thing? Li Zhongjie did not expect this. Then, he looked at his own guild's data. Indeed, it was a grade 1 guild. The number of members could only accommodate 200 people. This meant that there was a limit. A grade 2 guild could accommodate 1,000 people. In the entire Crimson Spirit City, there were only 3 grade 2 guilds. Thousand Moon Sect, Heavenly Fiend Alliance, and the Night Ghost Gang, which was hidden deep and kept a low profile. Chapter 1637. Therefore, if an enemy dared to trespass into the territory of these 3 factions, they could kill you at any time. Even the city lord's influence would not be able to spread here. This would allow the gang's power to grow better, and it would be more effective in deterring others. If a second-grade faction openly recruited, there would be countless people who would want to join. Naturally, its influence would be extraordinary. Li Zhongjie did not think that he would be so lucky as to find a new guild creation token and even upgrade it. Then hurry up and upgrade it. How do I upgrade it? Li Zhongjie said. It's not that simple. I've checked. If you want to upgrade this second-grade faction, other than the guild creation token, you need 10,000 soul beans. At the same time, you need to have your own territory. That is, you need to buy a house. Or you can just rob it. Hong Long had been following Li Zhongjie all this time and had seen the outside world. At the same time, he understood that the best way to get what he wanted was to directly rob it. It was the most direct. Do you think I'm a bandit? Do you think I get everything by robbing? Li Zhongjie was immediately unhappy. This guy was treating him like a bandit. Sometimes, he just didn't want to cause trouble. Since someone else had the item, he would just take care of it. However, Hong Long's suggestion was not impossible. However, if he wanted to rob 10,000 soul beans, it would be a little difficult. After all, who would carry so many soul beans with them at all times? Otherwise, he would have directly robbed the warehouse of this small mountain residence. Then, he would definitely be able to obtain a large amount of soul beans. After all, his daily income was in the hundreds. In addition to some other things, he would only need half a month to earn 10,000 soul beans. However, Li Zhongjie did some calculations. He did not think that opening an inn would be able to earn so much money. He heard that the owner of this small mountain residence owned more than one inn. If there were hundreds of them, there would be nothing to worry about. Li Zhongjie felt it was a pity that he didn't bring Xiao Zhao with him. Otherwise, with Xiao Zhao's mind, he would be able to think of some ways to make money very quickly. Therefore, Li Zhongjie could only wait. He would wait for an opportunity to appear and see how he could gather the 10,000 soul beans. After all, he already had a guild establishment token that was worth 500,000 gold coins. Furthermore, he had the backing of an entire gang. Although there weren't many people, they were still able to easily obtain these soul beans. Put this thing aside for now. Are there any other rewards? If the reward was something good, he might be able to sell it for a good price. Since there was such an opportunity, of course, he would not waste it. He was also rewarded with 1,500 soul beans. They're all here. Hong Long handed over everything without concealing anything. So petty? Li Zongjiu almost had the urge to overturn the city lord's mansion. Wasn't there supposed to be a generous reward? But now, he was only given such a small amount of things. What use could these things have? Be content. This is already considered generous. You haven't seen how stingy the city lord's mansion is, Hong Long said. Clearly, Hong Long knew the city lord's mansion very well. It was already very difficult to obtain soul beans. At least he gave us a guild establishment token. This isn't something that can be obtained so easily. Hong Long comforted Li Zongjiu. 1,500. What's the use of these soul beans? I still have to do it myself, Li Zongjiu said. Then, he looked at Hong Long. How about this? Go and see if there are any suitable missions. I'll cultivate first. Li Zongjiu could feel that he was about to touch the barrier of the breakthrough. Therefore, he needed some time to cultivate. Silence. However, in this great world, the improvement of one's strength was indeed very fast. At least Li Zongjiu was confident that he could break through to the celestial realm within half a year. In the Shenzhou continent, there was still a doppelganger that was ready to explode at any time. At least in this period of time, the doppelganger's strength would continue to grow rapidly. Therefore, he couldn't underestimate it. He couldn't ignore it either. He glanced at his time funnel. It had already been a month since he arrived here. Time passed really quickly. It's only been a month. It's not bad to have such a breakthrough, Li Zongjiu thought to himself. At least his current state had improved quite well. If he wanted to break through so quickly in the Shenzhou continent, he naturally wouldn't have such an opportunity. Therefore, Li Zongjiu didn't reject this great world. In fact, he was already familiar with such a dangerous environment. Okay, I'll go look for it. Hong Long exited the small mountain residence. That was to wait in the main hall and see if there were any suitable missions that appeared. Li Zongjiu meditated in front of the mountains and rivers. The effects of the 100 Calamity elixir were still vivid in his mind. In addition to the recent battle experience, he had integrated all of it into his body. He began to gradually improve his strength. Gradually, he touched the barrier of innate level 8. Li Zongjiu also tried to concentrate his strength and directly break through the barrier. However, it didn't seem to be very effective. He lacked the strength to break through the barrier. Soon, Li Zongjiu also picked up the soul bean in his hand. This thing is really the spring of power. Li Zongjiu directly crushed the soul bean and absorbed the power into his body. Boom! Immediately, a storm of power formed in Li Zongjiu's body. Soon, this power rushed directly to Li Zongjiu's barrier. That terrifying commotion instantly broke through the barrier around his body. The entire mountain residence was filled with Li Zongjiu's powerful strength. Coincidentally, in the depths of the mountain residence, there was a small bamboo house in the dense forest. When it felt this power, it immediately raised its head. The power of innate level 8? I didn't expect that my little mountain dwelling would be a cultivation treasure ground. In the bamboo forest residence, two beautiful figures sat at the table drinking tea and chatting. When they felt the power, they smiled. Sister's mountain residence was built with the 8 gates heavenly mystery formation. Even if you don't know anything, living here will be very beneficial. If you know how to use the power of the 8 gates heavenly mystery formation, the benefits will be enormous. It's a pity that there are too few experts who know about formations. Although there are many books on formations, there are very few who are talented. My 8 gates heavenly mystery formation has been covered in dust for a long time. Just as the woman in green shook her head and sighed. Suddenly, an extremely familiar fluctuation quietly appeared here. Moreover, it also became lively. Instantly, a trace of shock appeared in the eyes of the woman in green. Chapter 1638. The mountain residence was originally a place where the lady in green experimented with arrays. He wanted to apply all the formations that he had learned. So she used this wooden house to form an 8 gates heavenly Xian array. However, no one had been able to activate the power of the 8 gates heavenly Xian array since the mountain residence was built. This array was of a higher level, so it was hidden deeper. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to find this array and activate it. She did not expect to meet someone who could discover the secret of this 8 gates heavenly Xian array today. This person was Li Zongjiu. When Li Zongjiu discovered this formation, he was also shocked. This was because he was amazed by who had placed such an exquisite formation in this place. This 8 gates heavenly Xian array was of a rather high level. It was at least level 11. Therefore, Li Zongjiu himself spent a lot of time to find a way to activate this array formation and directly activate it. Boom! Although he did not know who set up the 8 gates heavenly Xian array here, Li Zongjiu needed it now. He could make use of the power of this array to consolidate his cultivation at Xiantian level 8. Li Zongjiu activated the Heaven Void God form record. Li Zongjiu himself was very surprised by the gradual decrease in power. He absorbed the terrifying spiritual qi. Finally, Li Zongjiu stabilized this power at innate level 8. Furthermore, he was able to clearly sense how powerful his strength had become after his breakthrough. This is incredible, Li Zongjiu thought to himself. If it was not for this 8 gates heavenly Xian array, Li Zongjiu would have to consume a large amount of soul beans to stabilize his cultivation. Otherwise, this power would fall back quickly, which was equivalent to a failed breakthrough. Fortunately, he succeeded. However, this 8 gates heavenly Xian array seems to be lacking a little. When Li Zongjiu tried to absorb the power of this array, he almost destroyed the 8 gates heavenly Xian array. The power that suddenly surged out was too strong. However, the structure of this 8 gates heavenly Xian array was not that sturdy and complete. Therefore, when the power was activated to a certain extent, the entire array would be in a state of collapse. It was clear that the people who had set up this formation back then weren't very skilled at it either. Li Zongjiu's mind power surged into the array disk of the 8 gates heavenly Xian array. Soon, they found a few places that were specially set up to create such power. Li Zongjiu quickly changed some of the feng shui positions. The 8 gates profound heaven formation directly integrated everything in the surroundings into the formation. It borrowed the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth to activate them. Therefore, Li Zongjiu only needed to transfer a few things to make a move. Sister? He's modifying your array? Beside the green-clothed lady, a purple-clothed young lady's eyes were also filled with shock. She never thought that this person would be so bold. Wasn't this showing off in front of an expert? One had to know that her elder sister was the #1 array master in this Crimson Soul City. This person was simply too arrogant and conceited. In the eyes of this array master, it would be seen as a provocation. Shoo! The lady in green signaled the latter to keep quiet. The 8 gates heavenly Xian array was an early work. She was very clear about the flaws it had. However, he had never been able to modify it. She only treated it as a kind of appreciation for her own work. Therefore, this thing had always been there. She did not expect this person to activate this array just now. He found the weakness of the array so quickly. Water gate, stone gate, forest gate, bamboo gate, mountain gate, dragon gate, chi gate. Heaven gate? He grasped it so accurately. This person's foundation is very good. Not only that, his talent is also very high. The latter said in surprise. Under this adjustment, Li Zongjiu also strengthened these few weak points. It reached the true state of endless growth. The 8 gates heavenly Xian array. However, the lady in green smiled slightly and her mental strength suddenly surged. In the side of the courtyard, a blazing fire suddenly burned. In this way, it directly joined the fire gate among the 8 gates. When the fire gate appeared, Li Zongjiu also realized that there was an expert around. Perhaps the person who set up the 8 gates heavenly Xian array had joined the fire gate? It would cause the 8 gates heavenly Xian array to attack each other and create chaos. The other party made a move to test Li Zongjiu's strength. However, Li Zongjiu was just casually interested. He was not here to play games with you. If you want to cause such destruction, then do as you please. He, Li Zongjiu, still had a lot of things to do. Therefore, Li Zongjiu did not care about the sudden addition of the fire gate. It was obvious that there was going to be a problem. However, Li Zongjiu still did not make a move. The lady in green in the bamboo forest suddenly shouted angrily. This guy actually did not make a move. This angered the lady in green. In an instant, the flame was extinguished. I didn't expect this person to be so arrogant. The lady in green obviously did not expect that Li Zongjiu, a mere innate level 8, could be so arrogant. Even the sky human realm was not as arrogant as you. He really did not know how to appreciate favors. Originally, she wanted to promote Li Zongjiu. She thought that Li Zongjiu would be a very interesting person. However, who would have thought that in the end things would turn out like this? Li Zongjiu completely ignored her. This made the latter very surprised. In this Red Spirit City, no one dared to treat her with such an attitude. Haha, I didn't expect that there would actually be someone who could anger Elder Sister to this extent. If this person knew Elder Sister's name, his intestines would probably turn green with regret. Such a good opportunity, yet he couldn't grasp it. How bad is this person's luck? The purple-clothed girl said with a smile. Let's leave it to fate. The lady in green said indifferently. In another 2 months we will be recruiting new people. Recently, in this city, are there any rising stars? I have also been to the training tower to look for them recently. However, they are only a bunch of boorish people who fight and kill. They can't be considered rising stars. If we can't find anyone with talent, then what about the next Spirit Void Heaven? It's going to be a failure. What's a mere Spirit Void Heaven? With Elder Sister here, even if they went to Spirit Void Heaven, they might not be a match for Elder Sister. Chapter 1639. This time, the storm of changing the array had passed. Li Zongjiu did not delve too deeply into the matter to find out what was going on. The other party had also extinguished the flame. In the next few days, Hong Long continuously looked for strange missions. However, these missions did not catch Li Zongjiu's attention. He directly rejected all these missions. He also did not care about these 10,000 soul beans. Right now, the Qing Gang's members had not reached the upper limit. Hence, they were not in a hurry to upgrade the gang. They had to slowly wait for an opportunity. Afterwards, Li Zongjiu also sorted out his cultivation. At the same time, he discovered that the effects of the evil dragon's eye could be felt even more deeply in this great world. In my opinion, this evil dragon's eye originally belonged to this place. Li Zongjiu also discovered the special characteristics of the evil dragon's eye. In the world of the evil dragon's eye, one could revive without limit. In other places this was impossible. However, in the world of the evil dragon's eye, it could be easily done. This kind of power, and even this kind of setting, was very familiar to the entire great world. The rules were all set. Hence, the evil dragon's eye in his hand was similar. But how was it brought down? However, Li Zongjiu did not know how effective it would be. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In this month, Li Zongjiu did not move around much. Instead, he focused on cultivating. The surrounding spirit qi was also very dense. It was very helpful for cultivation. Li Zongjiu's cultivation had also stabilized at innate level 8. Normally, he would try to concoct some pills. It was because he was concocting these pills. This allowed Li Zongjiu's alchemy skills to improve even more. Hong Long also tried his best to recruit members during this period of time. Now, the Qing gang had more than 100 people. For many people, being able to join a gang was already a dream come true. At the very least, there would be someone to protect them. There was a gang, and everyone supported each other, even though the gang leader had never shown his face. However, this didn't hinder the development of the Qin gang. Li Zongjiu received over 200 soul beans every day, which was a pretty decent income. Ao Tian's injuries had also recovered. After recuperating for the past few days, he had also grown a lot stronger. Moreover, in this small mountain residence, they ate well, slept well, and did not have to worry about food and clothing. Therefore, under such circumstances they quickly gained weight. On this day, Ao Tian wanted to go out for a walk and take a stroll. He couldn't be trapped in this small mountain house forever. Anyway, he had Li Zongjiu's protection. He didn't expect Li Zongjiu to raise his cultivation to such a level in such a short time. It was truly shocking. Ao Tian had only gone out for half a day, and he actually sent a distress signal to Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu, who was cultivating, immediately widened his eyes when he received the signal. He stared in Ao Tian's direction, revealing a trace of darkness in his eyes. Ao Tian has been captured. Hong Long hurriedly came in front of Li Zongjiu. Should we call for reinforcements? We have over 100 people in the Qin gang. As long as we give the order, over 100 people will immediately charge out. As the vice-faction leader, Hong Long still had the right to give orders. However, Li Zongjiu waved his hand. If they could defeat Ao Tian, innate level 9 was enough. However, if they wanted to capture Ao Tian, they would need to be at least in the Heaven Realm. Therefore, even if all the people in the Qin gang were added together, they wouldn't be able to deliver this head. No matter how many people went, they would just be sending themselves to their death. Only when Li Zongjiu personally made a trip could he investigate this matter clearly. He definitely couldn't let the other party be too arrogant. Although Li Zongjiu hadn't faced a Heaven Realm expert before, so what if you were in the Heaven Realm? Anyone who dared to touch Li Zongjiu's men would be regarded as a provocation. Li Zongjiu's figure flashed. He leaped towards the sky. Hong Long looked at Li Zongjiu's departing figure, and couldn't help but flash a trace of worry in his eyes. He didn't know what Li Zongjiu's situation was like. Under normal circumstances, Li Zongjiu would also ask Hong Long to come along. After all, some situations and information could only be understood from Hong Long. However, this time, he didn't have the intention to ask Hong Long. Obviously, this matter had now reached a very awkward moment. Hong Long's heart was also very worried. Li Zongjiu's figure swept past the Crimson Soul City. The other party deliberately lured Li Zongjiu out of the city. At least 500 miles away. Close to this place was a surging river. The river was fierce, as if countless wild beasts were fiercely running. But the surroundings were silent. Finally, Li Zongjiu's figure landed. Nearby, there was some aura left behind by Ao Tian. Obviously, Ao Tian was active here before. I'm already here. Since you're in the Heaven Realm, why do you need to be sneaky? Li Zongjiu said indifferently. It seemed like he was talking to the air, but also seemed to be talking to himself. It was strange to see them like this. But after Li Zongjiu's voice fell, above the river in front, a water curtain gushed out. The water curtain spread out. In front of his eyes, he could see that Ao Tian was trapped under this water prison. He was also seriously injured and was on the verge of death. Seeing this scene, Li Zongjiu's eyes changed slightly. Even though Ao Tian himself was rather unrestrained and unrestrained. But at least he was someone who had an agreement with Li Zongjiu. Since they had already made an agreement. Then to Li Zongjiu, he was one of them. You trust me, I'll help you. He treated Ao Tian as his own companion. Now that he saw his companion being beaten up like this, how could Li Zongjiu not be angry? You're quite capable. I worked so hard to catch the poison dragon, but you actually snatched it away. A voice came from the other side of the river. The other party was obviously more careful, and they were also worried about what kind of expert Li Zongjiu would be. But when they saw Li Zongjiu, they couldn't help but feel that they were making a big fuss. They didn't expect the other party to be such a brat. A mere innate level 8? And he managed to trick his poison dragon away. With your strength, you were able to break the transcendental chains. I believe you must have a celestial artifact in your hands. Hand it over, and I'll give you a quick death. Li Zongjiu also saw the other party's figure clearly. He was wearing a green robe, and his face was yellow and emaciated. But from his eyes, he could tell that this person's appearance was that of a young man. He couldn't be too old. You want it? Take it yourself. Chapter 1640. Even if Li Zongjiu wanted to escape, it was impossible for the green-robed man to let Li Zongjiu leave. Li Zongjiu would not allow the green-robed man to imprison Ao Tian like this. The green-robed man saw that Li Zongjiu was acting recklessly, trying to provoke the strength of a celestial realm expert. He immediately snorted coldly. He struck out with his palm across the air. Then let me see how powerful you are. A gust of wind condensed in the sky, and a giant palm suddenly fell towards Li Zongjiu. The poisonous gas condensed into a palm print in the sky. Boom! Li Zongjiu's figure disappeared. However, in the green-robed man's eyes, Li Zongjiu's speed had completely exposed his own strength, and he was so vulnerable. You want to compete with me with such speed? Kneel down and beg for mercy, and I can give you a quick death. The green-robed man laughed. With just one move, he had already tested Li Zongjiu's strength. He thought that Li Zongjiu was hiding some kind of power, but now it seemed that it was just SOSO, and he was still at the mercy of the green-robed man. A mere innate realm expert dared to compete with him. This was a great provocation to the green-robed man, and he had to kill Li Zongjiu first. Li Zongjiu summoned the tiger-headed warrior without hesitation. The tiger-headed warrior landed, and with a roar, the two hammers collided. The fallen clan? How dare such a trashy race jump in front of me? The green-robed man growled, and directly pointed his finger, which seemed to turn into a terrifying light at this moment. This green light flew, and directly turned into a giant python, rushing towards the tiger-headed warrior. Even if it was a giant python that burst out casually, it was still a giant python of the celestial realm. The tiger-headed warrior would not be able to hold on for long, and would definitely be defeated. Let's see what else you have. Li Zongjiu fought and retreated. The green-robed man also chased after Li Zongjiu without fear. At this moment, at the place where Li Zongjiu had been, the unparalleled sword quietly emerged. When both of them were relatively far away, it directly dived into the water. Boom! The unparalleled sword rushed into the water prison, and directly cut open the water prison that trapped Ao Tian. Ao opened his eyes, and recognized the aura of the unparalleled sword, which was the aura of Li Zongjiu. He was astonished. Grabbing it? He allowed the unparalleled sword to send him flying. Although the unparalleled sword was still unable to reveal Huo Wushuang's true form for the time being, Huo Wushuang's true form could not be revealed. But it was unparalleled sword was able to control unparalleled sword. This was also a benefit was to. Had unparalleled sword was able to could communicate with unparalleled could communicate with him. Therefore, Li Zongjiu deliberately lured the green-robed ancestor away. It was not a wise thing to be entangled with a celestial realm expert. Li Zongjiu had never thought of defeating a celestial realm expert. He only needed to save Ao Tian. When the water prison was broken, the green-robed man also paused. He looked back at the direction of the water prison that he had set up, and his eyes were already sure that his water prison was broken. Li Zongjiu did not come alone. It seems that although your cultivation is high, your brain is not very good. Li Zongjiu sneered, and did not give the green-robed man time to react. His words were completely infuriated by the latter. You're courting death. The green-robed man shouted angrily. At this moment, he did not intend to waste any more time with Li Zongjiu. His body rose into the air, and directly grabbed the ground. Then, there seemed to be dozens of huge cracks on the ground. The cracks also directly formed a spider's arm. With a loud bang, this huge spider directly dragged Li Zongjiu up. What? Li Zongjiu felt the changes on the ground. This kind of summoned spider was at least 100 meters wide. With such a huge body, it was definitely a very terrifying movement for Li Zongjiu. Boom! The strength of a celestial realm expert was really powerful. It could easily create such a big movement. Li Zongjiu punched the spider's back. He wanted to smash the spider to the ground, but he found that there was no reaction from the spider at all when he punched it. Only some of the soil on the surface flew out a little. Kill him! At the green-robed man's command, this spider directly rolled on the ground, and quickly pressed Li Zongjiu under its body. At the same time, its sharp spider legs fell down like raindrops. One after another, they were all aimed at Li Zongjiu's head. If it were anyone else, facing such a dense rain of attacks, they would have been beaten into a hornet's nest. However, Li Zongjiu had mastered a skill. He was training in the evil dragon's eye almost every day. 2 of the 9-headed snake's heads had already been smashed by Li Zongjiu, and now the spider's speed could be said to be very terrifying. Therefore, Li Zongjiu's reaction speed was far faster than the spider in front of him. In Li Zongjiu's eyes, the spider's movement in front of him was also very slow. However, Li Zongjiu had to pretend that it was very difficult for him. Otherwise, if the spider used some kind of move and increased its strength, he would have to use some kind of ultimate move. Immediately, Li Zongjiu quickly dodged, and each time, he narrowly avoided the spider's attack. At the same time, he also tried to counterattack. He punched the spider's leg. However, it did not have any effect. It was as solid as a rock. It's really hard to fight. Li Zongjiu glanced at it. The strength of the celestial realm was already so strong. During this period of time, he had been wanting to break through to the celestial realm as soon as possible. However, he always felt that there was a force above the celestial realm that blocked the path to the celestial realm. In order to break through this path, the power needed was beyond Li Zongjiu's imagination. Some people would be completely suppressed by it for their whole life, and would never be able to rise again. They would never be able to reach the celestial realm. This was also the reason why Li Zongjiu knew that the other party was in the celestial realm and still wanted to appear. It was also because he wanted to take this opportunity to experience the strength of the celestial realm. Only after understanding it could he make better preparations and more or less have an idea in his mind. Otherwise, it would be hard to imagine how strong the celestial being realm was based on one's own guesses. First, find a celestial realm to practice. This was probably Li Zongjiu's idea. Only Li Zongjiu dared to have such a bold idea. If it were anyone else, it would be too late to escape. How dare you trick me? The green-robed man also realized that Li Zongjiu was obviously teasing him. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Immediately, the spider on the ground raised its body high at this moment. Chapter 1641. He had actually changed from crawling to walking upright. Stones were also falling from their bodies one after another. The green-robed man landed on the spider's body. Immediately, a terrifying aura burst out. Boom! A strong force instantly spread out. The spider shook its head, and suddenly, dozens of energy waves burst out and rushed over on the ground. Li Zongjiu kept dodging, but eventually, he was hit by one of the energy waves. He was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Bang! Li Zongjiu fell heavily on the ground, and he was extremely shocked. After receiving this heavy blow, Li Zongjiu also suffered quite a bit of damage. Immediately, his Heaven Void God record was activated quickly. He quickly recovered from his injuries. With the foundation of the chaotic body, he could rapidly recover from these wounds. Li Zongjiu's strength had not reached the celestial realm. However, during this period of time, Li Zongjiu could already feel that his body's recovery ability was incomparable to anyone in the Xiantian realm. He wanted to fight with his opponent and kill him. Of course, it was impossible. However, it wouldn't be easy for the other party to kill Li Zhongjiu. He didn't die. The green-robed man saw that Li Zhongjiu was still intact. He did not expect Li Zhongjiu to be so resilient. With a wave of his hand, the spider suddenly rushed forward. This time, with the green-robed man's personal command, Li Zhongjiu could not escape. Die. One hit, one kill. But Li Zhongjiu did not turn around to escape. He stayed where he was, facing his opponent who was rushing over, and he also had a formation in his hands. Immediately, he could feel that there was an obscure wave of energy coming from the surroundings. Seeing that Li Zhongjiu finally took the initiative to attack, the green-robed man's eyes flashed with surprise. After all, Li Zhongjiu was still able to fight back under his attack. Around his body, an extremely strange power instantly condensed. When this power attacked, the green-robed man was also shocked. Suddenly, as if he had heard something, the expression on his face instantly changed. Not good. In the next second, he felt an extremely terrifying power condensing. By the time the green-robed man reacted, it was already a little too late. Mountain Sea Mind Concentrating Mantra. Li Zhongjiu used the curse technique taught by the Tombstone Spirit. Instantly, a powerful pressure was released from the area within a radius of 10 miles. It seemed to have directly condensed into the power of the mountains and seas, which instantly blasted towards the green-robed man below. The power that appeared in an instant shocked the green-robed man. Even if he himself had the strength of a celestial realm being, under the power of a powerful curse, he still found it difficult to move. Boom! Earth-shattering sounds of destruction could be heard. The green-robed man was directly blasted into the ground. It was unknown how deep the ground was, but the giant spider's body had long been shattered. The green-robed man was trapped under the Mountain Sea Mind Concentrating Mantra. Li Zhongjiu also felt that his strength was exhausted. It seemed that in the move just now, he had also used up all his strength, but it was a different experience when he used the Mountain Sea Mind Concentrating Mantra just now. He also clearly felt that this power directly poured into Li Zhongjiu's body. It seemed that this powerful move was released by the power of the mountains and seas around him. When he felt his own power condensing together, the power that erupted in an instant was really terrifying. And compared to when he used this move on the Shengwu continent, that kind of power and explosion? The feeling was also a lot stronger. Li Zhongjiu had long expected this. Now that he used it, Li Zhongjiu did indeed feel the power of the curse. Today, this guy could be considered to have been crippled. The latter was more or less crippled on the spot. But the recovery ability of the celestial realm was not simple. Li Zhongjiu immediately left the place at this moment. This move was also precisely because the latter was full of confidence when he used it. That was why he defeated him in one fell swoop. He used a little tactic and the sneak attack was successful. If this guy was really vigilant, it would not be easy for Li Zhongjiu to defeat him. Now was a good opportunity to escape. He directly headed towards the Crimson Soul City. At least in the Crimson Soul City, he would not be easily killed. Everything had its rules. It would be relatively safer. However, this exchange had already let Li Zhongjiu know that even if this guy was in the celestial realm, he was not invincible. There were still flaws. As long as there were flaws, it would not be a problem. He was not an invincible existence. The last time he used the Mountain Sea Mind Concentrating Mantra, Li Zhongjiu was almost in a weak state for a long time. However, this time around, he had only consumed a single elixir and had almost recovered. This had something to do with the cultivation of the Heavenly Void Divine Image Record. In addition, it was because of his breakthrough. Last time, he was a level 6 and 8. And this time, he was a level 8 and 8. There was a difference of 2 levels, and such a big difference in effect was also very obvious. Li Zhongjiu headed towards the Crimson Soul City. Through communication with Wushuang, He knew that at least Aotian and the unparalleled sword had returned to the city. It was fine as long as they were safe. Not long after, Li Zongjiu also returned to the Crimson Soul City. There were not many accidents and dangers along the way. He was a level 8 innate, and in fact, in this Crimson Soul City, he was not considered weak. Experts in the celestial realm basically had their own things to do and their own pursuit. They did not walk around to do missions every day. Instead, they were busy with their own cultivation. Generally, those who did this mission were innate and Hotian level existences. However, one should not forget that there were actually many Hotian level cultivators, and they made up the majority of the population. Like Li Zongjiu, there were few innate level cultivators in the beginning. Li Zongjiu left. Spiritual Master 5 Poisons in a green robe also directly lifted the huge rock on his body. Just now, this move directly blasted him into the hole that was hundreds of meters deep. It was not easy for him to struggle out. His body was also sore. However, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. Most of the attacks were blocked by his green robe. Interesting, he even knows curse techniques. This curse technique seems to be the inheritance of the great Emperor Xian Tian. Looks like another person chosen by the great Emperor Xian Tian. I didn't expect that such a small probability would be met by me, haha. Spiritual Master 5 Poison's eyes flashed. Anyone who was chosen by the great Emperor Xian Tian? In their eyes, he was basically the same as the fiendish demon that had emerged from the underground palace with the treasure. It was a person who carried a treasure. They believed that this person must have a lot of secrets on him. Just this curse technique of the great Emperor Xian Tian was a very powerful thing. If they could get this thing, it would be a very big harvest. It looked like the will of the great Emperor Xian Tian had not dissipated. He was indeed the great Emperor Xian Tian. After going through such a disaster, he could still persevere. It was really surprising, at least it surprised Spiritual Master 5 Poisons. It was not difficult to find this guy. Spiritual Master 5 Poisons' original target was Aotian. Since he did not kill Aotian, he would more or less leave something on Aotian's body. He would not just watch Aotian disappear like last time. So he had already left a mark on Aotian's body. Spiritual Master 5 Poisons immediately recovered some strength. There were a few wandering demons that wanted to sneak attack him, but they were easily dealt with by Spiritual Master 5 Poisons. Red Soul City? Let's see where you can escape to. Chapter 1642. Li Zongjiu quickly returned to the Scarlet Soul City. He returned to the small house on the mountain. Hong Long was taking care of the severely injured Aotian. At this moment, Aotian was still in his true form. When Unparalleled Sword saw Li Zongjiu return, it immediately appeared beside Li Zongjiu and acted extremely intimate. Finally, I can wake you up. Li Zongjiu grabbed Unparalleled Sword in his hand. Although the process took a lot of time, he finally had a true old friend by his side. To Li Zongjiu, this was something to be happy about. How's his condition? Li Zongjiu asked. Not too good. Although I don't know how to heal injuries, he seems to be severely injured. Hong Long said. Li Zongjiu also went to check on Aotian's condition. It was indeed very bad. Not only was he severely injured, but he was also placed with an energy seal. This energy seal also prevented the latter's body from recovering. Hence, he was now in a coma. Moreover, his injuries could not heal by themselves. No, according to that guy's methods, he must have left something behind. Li Zongjiu's mental strength quickly scanned Aotian's body. When this power surged out, Li Zongjiu was able to get a clear picture of Aotian's condition. He really left a tracking mark. Li Zongjiu directly pulled out one of Aotian's scales. Aotian released a wave of energy and fixed it on the scale. After pulling out the scale, Li Zongjiu also picked up a stone from the ground. Then, he stuck the scale on the stone. Using all his strength, he threw it far away. Boom! The stone disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. No one could see it clearly anymore. Li Zongjiu had already used this method many times. There was nothing new about it at all. He directly threw the thing away. Let this fellow search according to the scale. The elemental energy lock had directly sealed Ao Tion's elemental energy. Even Li Zongjiu had no way of unlocking it. At least for the time being, there was nothing he could do. Therefore, he could only rely on external help to heal the latter's injuries. Otherwise, Ao Tion would have a hard time recovering. Another option was to use soul beans. However, if one wanted to use soul beans to heal, one would need a large amount of soul beans. However, even Li Zongjiu didn't have that many soul beans. Therefore, they could only stabilize the latter's injuries here for the time being. At least his life was saved. He wanted to unlock this elemental energy lock. There were two methods. The first was to kill the green-robed man. Then, the elemental energy lock that he had set up would automatically disappear. The second was to raise Li Zongjiu's strength to the Skyman realm. Then, he could easily unlock the elemental energy lock. Of course, he could also find other Skyman realm experts to help. However, experts of this level wouldn't easily do it. Moreover, Li Zongjiu didn't think of asking others for help for such a small matter. Most importantly, Li Zongjiu didn't know any Skyman realm expert. However, if he wanted to talk about Skyman realm experts, there was one in this small mountain residence. It was the formation expert who purposely fought with Li Zongjiu to test him. However, Li Zongjiu didn't care about the latter at that time. Go and investigate this green-robed man. He will definitely come to Crimson Soul City. Find out his identity. Li Zongjiu said. At this time, the benefits of having a gang were directly reflected. Li Zongjiu could easily mobilize hundreds of people to do things for him. If the green-robed man came to Crimson Soul City, he would be able to find out at the first moment. At the same time, he could also use resources to investigate the identity of the green-robed man. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. If there was a group of Skyman realm experts behind this guy, Li Zongjiu would choose to hold back for the time being. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome for the current Li Zongjiu if he stirred up a hornet's nest. Okay. Hong Long also set off directly. What will come will come. I have to make some preparations, Li Zongjiu thought in his heart. He also brought a lot of top-grade primordial stones from Shengu continent. It was just right to use these top-grade primordial stones to set up the formation. As long as there were enough ants, they could even kill an elephant. However, this also required a method. It wasn't as if you had a large number of ants and just rushed up. Moreover, it also depended on the location. It wouldn't work in the water either. The elephant would shake you off in a minute. The terrain was extremely important. Li Zongjiu needed to prepare the terrain to his advantage. Now, Li Zongjiu's cultivation had reached innate level 8, which was hundreds of times stronger than when he was in Shengu continent. The current Li Zongjiu could easily kill him in Shengu continent without the slightest hesitation. The difference between before and after was also quite big. Therefore, with Li Zongjiu's current cultivation to set up a formation, although he didn't dare to say that he could directly kill people, it could still serve as a buffer. It was still very good. Black Tortoise Heavenly Calamity Formation. This was the most powerful formation in Li Zongjiu's hands. Immediately, Li Zongjiu also began to carve the formation patterns in his small courtyard. In the past, it required 4 people to set up this formation, but now Li Zongjiu alone was enough. This was the difference in strength. The huge difference made Li Zongjiu extremely strong. It took a full 3 days to set up the formation. That 5 Poisons Taoist master had discovered the mark he had left behind in a mountain stream, and on the spot, he was extremely furious. He knew that the other party was definitely hiding in the Crimson Spirit City, and the most dangerous place was also the safest place. A person with a dragon, where could they hide? It must be very easy to find them. With his Yuan Qi lock, the other party couldn't transform at all. Spiritual Master 5 Poisons was still very confident about this. Spiritual Master 5 Poisons? When the figure appeared in the Red Soul City, Hong Long also received the news from the Qin gang. But at this time, Hong Long was taken away by someone. It was Commander Mi Shi's people. Hong Long's wantonly mobilization of people naturally attracted the attention of Commander Mi Shi. The 5 people of the elite team in the city witnessed all this. At the same time, they quickly contacted Li Zongjiu and reported Hong Long's matter. This made Li Zongjiu frown. Commander Mi Shi? Li Zongjiu could guess that the other party captured Hong Long in order to find him. This Commander Mi Shi should be the backer that the Qin gang's leader mentioned before. Misfortunes never come singly. Li Zongjiu also wanted to cultivate quietly, improve his strength as soon as possible, and go home earlier. But there were so many people who wanted to force him, evil lord, to take action. The evil dominator finally wanted to keep a low profile. Did they have to force him to take action in this great world? Then, let's properly experience the might of the evil lord. Chapter 1643. The Black Tortoise Heavenly Tribulation Formation had been completed. Although there were many enemies, but Li Zongjiu was not in a hurry. He was not worried about what these people could do to him. It was only the capture of Hong Long. For Li Zongjiu, this was not an urgent matter. Even if Hong Long died, Li Zongjiu would still be merciful and avenge Hong Long. Moreover, Hong Long himself would not die so easily. The great formation has been completed. Li Zongjiu's eyes flashed with light. The decisive battle with Spiritual Master 5 Poisons would begin at this moment. But the last time he had exchanged blows with the latter, he had used a curse technique. Presumably, this would be a truly hard battle. To kill Spiritual Master 5 Poisons? It would definitely not be an easy task. But who asked Spiritual Master 5 Poisons to block his path? Li Zongjiu let people leak out the news. Of course, it was also leaked extremely vaguely. Very quickly, Spiritual Master 5 Poisons had already received the news. There was someone who had brought an injured poison dragon to this small mountain residence. The small mountain residence. After Spiritual Master 5 Poisons received the news, he immediately charged towards the small mountain residence. A tyrannical aura enveloped the small mountain residence. It just so happened that the 2 girls in the purple bamboo forest were not at home today. Even Spiritual Master 5 Poisons did not dare to casually make a move in the Red Spirit City. Otherwise, the city guards would be able to assassinate him at any time. Although he could escape, but it would be rather inconvenient in the future. Therefore, he still needed to slightly conceal his movements. He directly threw out several spatial mirror pearls. Instantly, it covered the entire small mountain residence. Li Zongjiu abruptly raised his head. It had only been half an hour since the news was released, and the other party had already rushed over. They were really in a hurry. Boom! A tyrannical aura enveloped him. Very quickly, they discovered the location of Li Zongjiu. After all, they had exchanged blows with him before. Therefore, at such a close distance, they were able to easily find Li Zongjiu. Brat, it's really unfortunate that I found you. Only death awaits you. Taoist Master 5 Poisons directly slapped downwards with his palm. Boom! The domineering palm energy instantly fell on the small courtyard where Li Zongjiu was. Buzz! A powerful vibrating force spread out. It seemed to have blocked all of the opponent's attacks. Within Taoist 5 Poison's eyes was a trace of surprise. He looked up at the sky. A surge of power surged out. It directly trapped him within. A ray formation? Only children play with formations. When Spiritual Master 5 Poisons saw this, he couldn't help but sneer. It seemed like Li Zongjiu was just an ordinary person. However, such a person had actually been recognized by the mysterious Sky Emperor Lord. He had come to the Great Realm for the sake of imparting curse technique. Therefore, He wanted to see what kind of treasure Li Zhongjiu had on him. Every moment there would be new people coming to this macro world, but very few of them could survive. And this macro world was used as a training ground. Naturally, it had to be given to some heavenly monarch-level experts who were truly training. Similar to Li Zhongjiu, it was called a prize. The mysterious Sky Emperor had tens of millions of incarnations. These tens of millions of incarnations would head to the corners of countless worlds to search for people with special talents, or people with special talent. These people would have some redeeming qualities on them, and were very important to them. Taoist Master Five Poisons very obviously did not think that his luck would be so good to find such a prize. Li Zhongjiu was completely unaware that he had already become the prey in the opponent's eyes. But unfortunately, in such a situation, it was not certain who would be the one to hunt who. Taoist Master Five Poisons did not dare to be careless. After all, he had suffered at the hands of Li Zhongjiu. If they continued to fight, perhaps this guy would have many more problems. But when he saw that Li Zhongjiu wanted to rely on the formation to contend against him, he immediately laughed out loud. This Li Zhongjiu was underestimating him, Taoist Master Five Poisons. He was simply not putting him in his eyes. This kind of trashy formation, I only need a finger. Taoist Master Five Poisons directly pointed out with a finger. Boom! Five Poisons finger. The power of this finger directly condensed the existence of thousands of terrifying poisons. When this power was displayed, Li Zhongjiu's black tortoise heavenly tribulation formation was immediately damaged. But at this moment, the power of the black tortoise also instantly erupted, rushing towards the person in front of him. Boom! A powerful force instantly covered the collision. The power of the black tortoise and the opponent's power of the five poisons collided. Black Dragon Hammer. Li Zhongjiu directly activated the Black Dragon Hammer. Immediately, a terrifying power instantly spread out. His figure leapt, taking the initiative to attack Taoist Master Five Poisons. Last time, when he fought with Taoist Master Five Poisons, he already knew that in reality, this guy's strength could not be considered very strong. However, the poison technique that the latter had mastered was extremely powerful. But Li Zhongjiu had a kind of ability that was impenetrable by poison. At least he was able to withstand this attack. He had a certain degree of resistance against poison. Therefore, when fighting Taoist Master Five Poisons, he had a certain advantage. Li Zhongjiu also directly rushed up, releasing the Black Dragon Hammer in his hand. Immediately, a terrifying power appeared, smashing towards Taoist Master Five Poisons. And Taoist Master Five Poisons himself also released a poisonous miasma. It blocked Li Zhongjiu outside of the poisonous miasma. But Li Zhongjiu's Black Dragon Hammer also directly smashed towards it. Immediately, this terrifying power exploded out. But Taoist Master Five Poisons himself was also extremely shocked, because the Black Dragon Hammer in Li Zhongjiu's hand was also extremely powerful. Every strike of the hammer seemed to directly strike the heart. Clearly, Li Zhongjiu's strength was extremely strong. Very quickly, Taoist Master Five Poisons also blasted Li Zhongjiu away. Another Five Poisons finger descended, pointing towards Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu also planned to forcibly resist this finger, using the chaotic body to resist the Five Poisons finger. Seeing Li Zhongjiu actually dare to use his own body to resist his Five Poisons finger, Taoist Master Five Poisons snorted disdainfully. Idiot! But when Li Zhongjiu received the Five Poisons finger, although his face changed, poison chi surged within his body. This surging poison instantly exploded within Li Zhongjiu's body. Not good! Li Zhongjiu let out a low roar. This was also Li Zhongjiu's gamble. If he could withstand this Five Poisons finger, then the Taoist Master Five Poisons in front of him would not be able to pose any threat to Li Zhongjiu. The chaotic chi instantly surged out, at the same time beginning to repair Li Zhongjiu's body. Soon, the chaotic force absorbed all of the 5 poisons from the opponent. You actually have the chaotic body. Chapter 1644. The chaotic body. Even in a large world, it was an extremely precious cultivation body. If he could obtain the power of the chaotic body, why would he need to work so hard to cultivate the 5 poison body? Immediately, Taoist 5 Poison's eyes lit up. He never thought that he would have such a great opportunity. The heavens really treated him well. I'll be taking your chaotic body, said Jianchun. Li Zhongjiu could not help but sneer. You want my chaotic body? Let's see if you have the strength to do so. Originally, Li Zhongjiu did not have a very accurate estimate of the chaotic force in his body. However, looking at it now, the thing in his body should be extremely powerful. Otherwise, the other party, a celestial being, would not stare at Li Zhongjiu in such a way. Moreover, this thing had already made him lose his mind. Although on the surface, he seemed to be immersed in a state of calmness, in reality, he had already sunk into a state of extreme desire. Li Zhongjiu poured his chaotic force into the black dragon hammer. I really don't care about your 5 poison body. Is this all you've got? Then I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out today. Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. A trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. You're overestimating yourself. In the next moment, a venomous snake suddenly surged out from Taoist 5 Poison's body. The snake spirit coiled towards the black tortoise formation. After all, the black tortoise formation was extremely powerful. If he did not block it carefully, he might really be hit by it. If that happened, he would completely lose the initiative. Boom! The snake spirit coiled around the black tortoise formation. At that moment, poison instantly covered Taoist 5 Poison's entire body. His entire body was filled with poison. It was as if he had turned into a poisonous person. Extremely terrifying power surged out from the surroundings. It was as if the surrounding air had been poisoned to death. Such a terrifying change occurred in the surroundings. At the same time, the range of this poisonous gas was also spreading out bit by bit. It gradually spread towards Li Zhongjiu's direction. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu was also quietly operating the formation. Curse! Mountain Sea Mind Focus Mantra. When Li Zhongjiu once again summoned the extremely terrifying mountain and sea mind concentrating spell, the other party instantly realized it. Li Zhongjiu was going to play the same old trick again. But unfortunately, he, Taoist 5 Poisons, was not an idiot. He had been fooled twice by the same trick. They saw that Taoist 5 Poisons had actually broken through the black tortoise heavenly tribulation formation. His figure quickly appeared in midair. Li Zhongjiu's curse technique was only able to break through a layer of the opponent's poison technique. This caused the latter's poison arts to be greatly damaged. However, unlike the last time, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. Last time, it was because of Li Zhongjiu's curse that he couldn't get up for a long time. For Taoist 5 Poisons, that was an extremely dangerous situation. Li Zhongjiu raised his head to look at the figure in midair, a hint of mockery appearing in his eyes. It was as if he was saying, "You've finally fallen into my trap." One could immediately see that Taoist 5 Poison's expression changed slightly. The surrounding energy seemed to have a strange feeling. Instantly, Taoist 5 Poisons frowned. 8 Gates Heavenly Mystery Formation, Reverse. Absorb. Li Zhongjiu formed hand seals with his hands, activating the formation in front of him. Taoist 5 Poisons also didn't expect that Li Zhongjiu would hide another huge formation under the formation. Immediately, he himself was also shocked. However, by the time he reacted, it was already too late. The power of Li Zhongjiu's formation within the formation was also relatively strong. It was even more terrifying than the Black Tortoise Heavenly Tribulation formation. When the formation reversed, the 8 Gates Heavenly Mystery Formation was originally a formation that provided energy for the center of the formation. In the blink of an eye, the formation became something that was used to release power. and the source of this energy was Taoist 5 poisons. The formation seemed to have completely bound Taoist 5 poisons, controlling the latter's body. At the same time, a terrifying suction force instantly absorbed the energy within Taoist 5 poison's body. It was absorbed, swallowed, and released far away. What? Taoist 5 poisons also hurriedly operated his own cultivation technique, wanting to resist the formation. However, it was a pity that the person who set up the formation wasn't Li Zongjiu, but this mysterious expert of the heaven realm. Although the technique of the formation wasn't much, the foundation was extremely solid. Li Zongjiu also forcefully modified the 8 Gates heavenly mystery formation, turning it into a weapon in his hands, turning it into a killing formation. Taoist 5 poisons absolutely didn't expect that Li Zongjiu would be able to mobilize such a powerful energy. It was truly unexpected. Black Dragon Hammer. Li Zongjiu absolutely couldn't give his opponent any chance to breathe. Immediately, the power of primal chaos poured into the Black Dragon Hammer. His figure quickly rushed towards Taoist 5 poisons. Taoist 5 poisons opened his mouth, and a poisonous fog sprayed towards Li Zongjiu. This was the 5 poisons qi that he had refined himself. Relying on this mouthful of 5 poisons qi, almost no one dared to casually approach him. However, Li Zongjiu wanted to complete this sure kill attack. Towards this 5 poisons qi, he absolutely couldn't avoid it. Immediately, Li Zongjiu's figure also directly rushed towards the 5 poisons qi. Boom! The instant Li Zongjiu rushed up, he was also covered by the poisonous fog that filled the sky. In just an instant, Li Zongjiu also felt an extremely terrifying devouring force. This poisonous fog was currently continuously devouring Li Zongjiu's life. Therefore, Li Zongjiu had no choice but to hold his breath. It was as if he had passed through this extremely terrifying poisonous fog desert. Li Zongjiu also carried the hammer in his hand. Closing his eyes, he viciously smashed the hammer onto Taoist 5 poison's head. Bang! Taoist 5 poison's head instantly buzzed. In just an instant, it was already enough to make Taoist 5 poisons choke. In just an instant, the power of the surrounding formation had already instantly trapped the latter. At the same time, it unceasingly extracted his power. It scattered towards the sky. Boom! Li Zongjiu once again swung the hammer, directly smashing the latter's body. In an instant, this half of the body was also shattered. After all, the destructive power of primal chaos was extremely terrifying. It didn't give the latter any time to think, and directly shattered his body. Taoist 5 poisons was heavily injured. However, this half of his body was smashed to pieces. However, it didn't turn into a soul being. You actually dared to injure me. Do you know who I am? Taoist 5 poisons half-opened mouth let out a furious roar. He had to let Li Zongjiu clearly understand the enemy he was currently facing. This was to achieve the goal of deterrence. As for Li Zongjiu, his eyes were filled with disdain. You're only a mere clone. You dare to be impudent in front of me. Wait till your true body comes, then talk to me. After saying this, Li Zongjiu lifted the Black Dragon Hammer in his hand, directly summoning terrifying lightning that instantly engulfed Taoist 5 poison's body. Chapter 1645. Spiritual Master 5 poison's body instantly shattered into pieces. The lightning directly engulfed Spiritual Master 5 poison's body. A large amount of energy quickly poured into Li Zongjiu's mind-splitting ring, killing a sky human realm expert. Li Zongjiu did not expect that he would actually succeed. Looking at it now, his chaotic body was basically a true treasure. Although he had been heavily injured earlier, and the 5 poisons had basically completely corroded Li Zongjiu's body, he was still able to hold on. But after activating the Heavenly Void Divine Form Record, Li Zongjiu's injured body was rapidly recovering. Boom! Li Zongjiu stabilized his injuries. If not for my evil god body, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to hit with this hammer. Li Zongjiu sighed in his heart. Although Li Zongjiu's body contained the terrifying power of chaos, but in reality, Li Zongjiu's body was the evil god body, which was even stronger than the power of chaos. He still had the evil soul eye that he had not had the time to use. Li Zongjiu lay on the ground, activating the heavenly void divine form record to recover his injuries. But at this moment, Ao Tian suddenly rushed out of the courtyard with a boom. In the black fog left behind by Spiritual Master 5 Poison, there was suddenly a wisp of smoke that wanted to take advantage of this gap to escape into the distance. Li Zongjiu had not discovered that this 5 Poison's Taoist master had left behind something within the black fog. But Li Zongjiu did not have the strength to continue chasing. He saw Ao Tian bite the black poisonous gas into his mouth. The poisonous gas turned into a pearl, which was finally bitten by Ao Tian and swallowed into his mouth. Boom! Ao Tian had expended a lot of energy to rush out. After eating the 5 poison pearl, his body landed on the ground with a boom. He forced himself to move his body. Then, they began to laugh at the 5 poison pearl. After Taoist Master 5 Poisons died, he didn't turn into a soul being. This meant that he was different from other people and should be someone from outside this great world. It was the incarnation of a heaven monarch realm expert. In this great world? He came here specifically to train and strengthen his incarnation, but he did not expect to be killed by Li Zongjiu. Thus, the other party didn't turn into a soul being. After a full hour, Li Zongjiu finally regained some mobility. Storage ring? What's this? I haven't seen it in a long time. When Li Zongjiu saw the storage rings on the ground, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. When Li Zongjiu was in the Shenwu continent, he was very good at killing people and taking their storage rings. But in this great world, however, due to various restrictions, these people would not leave behind a storage ring after death. Only if you were willing to hand over the storage ring would you be able to obtain it. Otherwise, there was no way to obtain it. After you died, apart from your clothes, as long as it had your imprint, it would disappear completely. The soul would turn into a soul being. It would be taken by someone else. Li Zongjiu didn't have time to investigate the contents of the ring before he felt a powerful energy surge out from the surroundings. It broke the mirror image space that Taoist Master 5 Poisons had released. Then, a woman in green landed in Li Zongjiu's courtyard. Looking at the surrounding environment, it was obvious that this place had been attacked. This small mountain residence was her territory, right? She opened the door to do business. Since there were tenants here, she naturally had to ensure the safety of the tenant. However, it was obvious that this place had been attacked. Someone attacked you? The woman in green looked at Li Zongjiu in front of her. Meanwhile, Li Zongjiu's eyes were filled with vigilance as he looked at the other party. Another expert had arrived. Judging by the methods used by the woman in green, her strength was not to be underestimated. She was definitely another heaven-tier expert. I'm the owner of this small mountain residence. You can call me Lingyu. Lingyu saw Li Zongjiu's eyes full of vigilance and said, indicating that the latter need not be afraid. A heaven realm enemy has been dealt with, Li Zongjiu said indifferently. His strength could be considered to have recovered a bit, but if he had to fight with a heaven realm expert, he would definitely not be able to fight. Moreover, if another one came, he might not be able to withstand it. This time, it was only Taoist Master 5 Poisons who was unlucky. The poison that he was most proficient in had a weaker effect on Li Zongjiu. Therefore, Li Zongjiu had the opportunity to directly attack. Dealt with, the meaning was very obvious. Only after killing the other party would it be truly dealt with. You're an innate, but you can actually deal with a heaven realm expert? Lingyu was also surprised, because she knew Li Zongjiu's strength. When Lingyu sensed the fluctuations in the surroundings, her eyes were also filled with shock. You actually rewrote my array formation? You reversed my 8 gates heavenly mystery formation. Lingyu was naturally surprised. This level of modification was no joke. Li Zongjiu's first attack was only to fix some loopholes that he found. However, to completely reverse this formation, one must understand the existence of this power, the various formation eyes of the 8 gates, heavenly mystery formation. Under the situation of not having a formation map, to be able to do this just by seeing such a formation, one must be a very powerful genius. Only then could one reverse the formation. This was a very clever method. "Don't worry, I'll change your formation," Li Zongjiu said. "You're very talented. If you have someone to guide you, you'll improve even faster. I wonder if you're willing to join." Ling Yu's heart was also moved. She wanted to invite Li Zongjiu to join her sect, but Li Zongjiu shook his head. "Sorry, I already have a better place to go. I still have other things to do." Li Zongjiu refused. According to Ling Yu's temper, if it wasn't for the fact that he was so talented, she wouldn't even bother with him. Now that she was rejected, Ling Yu was even more unhappy. She even felt ashamed and angry. Since he didn't agree, then forget it. The Immortal Spirit Valley didn't have to worry about people joining. Since Li Zongjiu didn't know how to appreciate favors and wasted this opportunity, then it could only be considered Li Zongjiu's bad luck. "If that's the case, I won't disturb you anymore. This time, it's my fault for not taking care of you. I'll waive a year's worth of room fees for you." After speaking, Ling Yu left. After all, Li Zongjiu was her customer. Now that a customer had been ambushed in her store, the mountain residence itself had to bear the responsibility. Otherwise, their reputation wouldn't be too good if word got out. Li Zongjiu was naturally happy. After a year, how many soul beans would that be? It had to be said that these people were really generous. They gave out tens of thousands of soul beans in one go. After Ling Yu left, Li Zongjiu opened the storage ring left behind by Taoist 5 Poisons. Chapter 1646. Someone like Taoist 5 Poisons definitely had a great background. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so arrogant as to make a move in someone else's small mountain residence. To be able to open an inn, one had to have the protection of a Heaven Realm expert. However, they definitely wouldn't give anyone the chance to kill their way in. After all, the purpose of opening an inn was to create a safe reputation. Li Zongjiu opened the latter's storage ring. He was immediately stunned by Taoist 5 Poisons collection. A total of 200,000 soul beans. How many people did this guy kill? Or was it that things like soul beans were actually worthless in front of the incarnations of true monarchs? That was why such a large batch had suddenly appeared. This truly caused Li Zongjiu to be incomparably shocked and astonished. A collection of 200,000 soul beans. In an instant, it caused Li Zongjiu to be in a state of sudden wealth. Apart from that, there was also a set of secret cultivation manuals. Just by looking at its appearance, one could tell that its level wasn't low. 5 Poisons Exterminating God Sutra. Li Zongjiu casually flipped through it. This sort of thing wasn't very useful to him, so he casually tossed the 5 Poisons Exterminating God Sutra to Aotian. Aotian was currently refining Taoist 5 Poisons Pearl. This 5 Poisons Pearl was the power that Taoist 5 Poisons had cultivated his entire life. Originally, if this 5 Poisons Pearl had been summoned back by its original owner, there would have been a chance to recover this power. Who knew that Aotian would bite down on it? This was something that Li Zongjiu hadn't expected. His experience of killing a Heaven Realm expert was only this one time. Next time, he definitely wouldn't let the opponent's power escape. These were all the essence of power. Collecting them and absorbing them was also a good thing. At the very least, the absorption effects would far surpass the effects of soul beans. Li Zongjiu prepared to make a trip to the transaction hall to sell this 5 Poisons Exterminating God Sutra. This item wasn't very useful in his hands. However, Li Zongjiu suddenly thought of something. If he wanted to maintain a gang, he would have to add something to the gang as a reward. Only in this way would he be able to increase the enthusiasm of the gang. However, Li Zongjiu couldn't figure out what he needed these people to do in order to reward them. Keep it for now. Afterwards, Li Zongjiu took out several treasures from the storage ring of Taoist Master 5 Poisons. For ordinary people, this was simply the king of hell, a truly poisonous item. He didn't even want to touch it. However, for Ao Tian, this was definitely an extremely nourishing item. 4 types of highly toxic substances. This guy's 5 poison extermination mantra also has it written. In addition to your little poison dragon's poison dragon pearl, it's just enough to form this 5 poison formation? You're lucky. Since you've encountered it, I'll leave it to you. Li Zongjiu very generously gave these 4 extremely precious poisons to Ao Tian. Originally, Taoist Master 5 Poisons wanted to refine these 5 types of highly toxic substances to form his 5 poison extermination mantra and use it to break through his cultivation realm. However, he didn't expect to be killed by Li Zongjiu halfway through. Of course, Li Zongjiu didn't leave any face for him. He killed him directly. Everything was taken advantage of by Ao Tian. Ao Tian was also wild with joy. With these things, he could continue to break through. In fact, this time, he had a chance to break through to the heaven realm. Right now, Ao Tian was doing his best to cultivate and refine the item in his hand. However, this required time. Therefore, Hong Long's side could only be delayed for a while. Li Zongjiu also wanted to take this opportunity to feel the power of 100,000 soul beans. They came to the trading hall. Li Zongjiu had also chosen carefully. Moreover, Li Zongjiu had learned to be smarter. He directly hid his figure and bought a small tool to temporarily change his appearance. It wasn't that Li Zongjiu was afraid of trouble. The main thing was that he had so many soul beans on him. He wasn't afraid of being stolen, but he was afraid of being remembered. These soul beans weren't a small number. Who knew how long it would take for Li Zongjiu's gang to receive these 200,000 soul beans? Therefore, it was more practical to kill these experts and earn money quickly. High risk, high reward. This was very normal. This was the way of the world. Li Zongjiu was also very clear. If you didn't have enough strength, then you would only end up being crippled. 100,000 soul beans. This was enough to buy many high-grade items. He browsed through many level 12 pills. Some extremely powerful immortal weapons were rejected by Li Zongjiu one by one. These things didn't catch his eye. They didn't suit his taste. It would be best if it could increase his intrinsic strength in one go. This thing is interesting. Li Zongjiu suddenly saw a special item described on the menu. It was stored under the category of special items. He hadn't seen it before. The reason why it was special was because very few people could choose it. At the same time, it was also because very few people could use it. A bottle of chaotic aura. When Li Zongjiu saw this name, he couldn't shift his gaze away. He stared at the chaotic aura in front of him. Unknowingly, even his breathing became a little hurried. This thing can be sold? Li Zongjiu didn't know where this chaotic aura came from. Even just 3 streaks of chaotic aura directly created a primordial chaos bell. The powerful ability of the primordial chaos bell was still vivid in his mind. But where did the chaotic aura come from? Li Zongjiu didn't know. He didn't know the situation at all. Therefore, when Li Zongjiu saw that the chaotic aura could be sold, he couldn't help but admire the mysterious Heaven Emperor. He couldn't be so awesome. The chaotic aura could restrain many things. Now that Li Zongjiu had discovered the usefulness of the chaotic aura, he was naturally overjoyed. He immediately looked at the price. 98,000. Li Zongjiu rolled his eyes on the spot. A tier 12 pill was only worth 20 to 30,000 soul beans, but this bottle of primal chaos aura was sold for 98,000. Who could afford it? No wonder it was placed in such an inconspicuous place. Most importantly, even if one could afford the primal chaos energy, very few would buy it. If they couldn't refine it, It would be a bottle of poison after drinking it. I'll buy it. Anyway, these soul beans were all snatched from others. At the very least, there was still a guild creation token that could be sold for a lot of money. He paid 98,000 soul beans. The shop assistant took out a small, worn-out bottle from under the cabinet. There was even a seal on it. Chapter 1647. Li Zongjio put away the bottle. Then, he left the trading hall in a low-key manner. This time, no one was following him. However, Li Zongjio also saw a few people who were also being targeted by others. Obviously, these people were also novices. They were probably going to experience what Li Zongjio had experienced. There were also many new people being born every day. There were even many puppets appearing, making it impossible to tell which ones were which ones. Anyway, there were rewards all the same. They just needed to take these rewards. Li Zongjio returned to the mountain residence. The members of the Green Gang also noticed Commander Misher's actions and reported back some information about Commander Misher. Since they had joined the gang, they must listen to the gang leader's orders. Otherwise, they could easily get rid of them. If the gang leader dealt with them, they would be in trouble. Therefore, without any rewards, these gang members were also willing to help you and complete some tasks. At least Hong Long was not in any danger at the moment, which made Li Zongjio relax. At the same time, Li Zongjio also asked someone to pass on a message to Commander Misher. They would meet 3 days later for another negotiation. This way, Hong Long would at least be able to keep his life safe and sound during these 3 days. Li Zongjio knew that Hong Long would not die so easily. But he still wanted the latter to at least be at ease. At the same time, he wanted Commander Misher to be sure that at least he would not rush in recklessly and disturb Li Zongjio's plan. 3 days was enough for Ao Tian to complete his evolution. At the same time, it would take at most 2 or 3 days to refine the chaotic chi in his hand. Only after refining it would he have enough strength to fight with the other party. Commander Misher was not like Taoist Master Five Poisons, a lone wolf. There were many experts under Commander Misher's command. If they found something wrong, these people would definitely take action, and the scene would be very dangerous. Ao Tian had absorbed the 4 great poisons and the essence of Spiritual Master Five Poisons Poison Pearl. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds. At this moment, he was rapidly condensing his strength and breaking through. He was sprinting towards the limits of his realm. Li Zongjio opened the primal chaos aura that he had spent 98,000 soul beans to buy. It was in the formation in his courtyard. It was refining. In the entire Crimson Soul City, other than here, there was really no other place that was safer than this. Every place was filled with danger. However, the background of this small mountain residence seemed to be not small. This time, the owner of the small mountain residence was a little angry. Therefore, this period of time, at least, was absolutely safe. However, if I spend a few more soul beans to buy a piece of land and upgrade it into my sex encampment, I'll be able to guarantee my own safety. As Li Zongjio thought about it, he already had a plan in his heart. Within his own gang's encampment, Li Zongjio could kill people. Moreover, within this range, Li Zongjio was practically a god. It was strong enough to kill anyone at any time. Therefore, Li Zongjio liked this very much. If he was unhappy with someone, he could just trick them into coming to his house. Then, he could settle it. All problems would be solved. However, it was extremely difficult for them to become a second-rank guild. It wasn't that easy. They needed a total of 600,000 soul beans. Even including the price of buying real estate, the amount was incalculable. They would need at least 700,000 to 800,000 soul beans to apply for a second-rank guild. To be able to establish a first-rank gang was already very difficult. To upgrade to a second-rank gang was even more difficult. Right now, there were only 3 second-rank gangs in the city. One could only imagine how difficult it was to do so. Could it be that these people who came and went did not want to establish a second-rank gang? Of course not. Within the city, there were tens of small first-rank gangs. However, there were only so many second-rank gangs. Li Zongjie wanted to go and see where he could choose a good location. Taoist Master 5 Poisons was simply his gift-giver, bringing him so much good fortune. In the future, when he saw Taoist Master 5 Poison's true body, he would properly thank him. He had destroyed Taoist Master 5 Poison's incarnation. Then, Taoist Master 5 Poison's true body would definitely obtain Li Zongjie's identity. As for when he would take revenge on him, it was hard to say. Therefore, Li Zongjie had to be extra careful. Otherwise, if this person had a few Heaven Realm incarnations, they would directly kill him. Then he would be in trouble. After all, he did not know exactly how many incarnations the other party had. Therefore, Li Zongjie had to continuously increase his own strength. Only his own strength was the true way of the king. Everything else was also fleeting clouds. Li Zongjie, in his secret training room, opened the jar of chaotic energy in his hand. Suddenly, a terrifying chaotic energy filled the air. If the chaotic power that Li Zongjie had discovered in the primordial chaos bell was like a small stream, then what about the primordial chaos bell? Then the chaotic energy that appeared in front of him was like a vast ocean. Its strength was millions, tens of millions of times stronger than before. Such a difference in strength also made Li Zongjie feel it very strongly. It was as if it was not him absorbing this chaotic energy, but this chaotic energy was absorbing him. Oh no, I'm going to be devoured by this chaotic energy. In the next moment, Li Zongjie felt an enormous suction force coming from this chaotic energy, directly sucking him in. Instantly, Li Zongjie felt as if his soul was being absorbed by the chaotic energy. He came to a place of chaos. The things that he had cultivated before were actually blasted into pieces in an instant. It was as if the power that he had cultivated for many years was penetrated and destroyed by the chaotic energy at this moment. Everything returned to chaos. Li Zongjie could feel an endless amount of chaotic energy penetrating through his body. All kinds of power that had accumulated in his body. Omnidirectional hell technique. Mental power. Flame power. They were all directly blasted into pieces. Therefore, his own power was also destroyed in an instant. At the end of the destruction, Li Zongjie's body was only left with a trace of chaotic energy. There were still remnants on his body. It was also this chaotic energy that protected Li Zongjie. Otherwise, Li Zongjie would have been directly turned into chaos by this chaotic energy. Everything would disappear as well. It was precisely because this chaotic energy was so dangerous that it was listed in the special 5th grade. Anyone who knew how powerful this chaotic energy was would not take the initiative to come into contact with it. However, the chaotic energy itself was also quite precious. Therefore, the price was also very high. Li Zongjie's last bit of primal chaos force protected his origin source as it drifted in the boundless primal chaos chi. Chapter 1648. Suddenly, there seemed to be a ray of light in the chaos. Immediately after, the primal chaos energy woke up like a pot of boiling water. Such a force had finally appeared in the endless primal chaos. It was a hammer. A very small hammer. It was so inconspicuous that it looked very ordinary. But it was full of power. Such a terrifying force exploded in an instant. Then, the hammer seemed to absorb the surrounding chaotic energy. Gradually, the endless chaotic energy was absorbed into the hammer. Immediately, the hammer in Lin Fan's hand grew bigger and bigger. Boom! At a certain moment, Li Zongjie seemed to be awakened by the explosive force in the hammer. Immediately, there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. He opened his eyes. Li Zongjie was still sitting in the small room. There was nothing around him. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. The bottle that contained the chaotic chi in front of Li Zongjie was empty and had disappeared. Li Zongjie touched his body and found that there were no changes. Everything that had happened earlier on was just like a very, very long dream. My cultivation seems to have not changed, but my will. Li Zhongjiu quickly summoned his hammer of will. When he saw the hammer in his hand, although it was black, there seemed to be a force flowing on it. The appearance of this force was very obvious. Primal chaos energy. My will has fused with the primal chaos energy. The power within the chaotic qi was so strong that Li Zhongjiu had no way of absorbing it at all. Fortunately, his willpower was able to absorb the chaotic qi directly. Chaotic hammer of will. Li Zhongjiu could only call it that. Although this hammer of will was only a manifestation of his own will, Li Zhongjiu could still use it easily. This hammer was Li Zhongjiu's own will, and it was also where the power he could mobilize was located. It was extremely powerful. Even Li Zhongjiu did not expect such an accident to happen. After all, the cultivation of will was more difficult. In comparison, there was still a big gap. Li Zhongjiu was also worried. However, this time, Li Zhongjiu's will had completely stepped into the celestial realm. The will of the celestial realm. It was equivalent to having the mind power of the celestial realm. Li Zhongjiu had already broken through the most difficult stage. He did not expect to break through under such circumstances. Indeed, having soul beings was the way to go. Li Zhongjiu could even purchase the chaotic energy directly. After purchasing it, it raised Li Zhongjiu's strength to his current level. That was pretty terrifying indeed. Only with sufficient financial resources would one be able to possess formidable strength. Li Zhongjiu could be considered to have found a shortcut. It was no wonder that it was difficult for people to go back after coming to the Great World. Although it was not safe in the Great World, these unsafe factors were what these people really desired. Without these things they would feel a little lonely and bored. However, Li Zhongjiu's will was strong enough. He would not lose himself in this world of power. In the end, he was like a gambler on the gambling table. Even if he won a lot in the end, he was unwilling to leave in the end. In the end, he would return all of it. This was a very realistic description. No one could control their own desires. At least, 99% of people could not. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu himself was very clear about it. He had to control the power, not let the power control him. It was not just an ordinary celestial realm. At the same time, Li Zhongjiu's hammer of chaotic will also had the chaotic energy, which directly became a very terrifying weapon. It was estimated that not many people could withstand this hammer. If there was, then he would give it another hammer. Li Zhongjiu found Aotian. At this moment, Aotian was at the final juncture of breaking through. He had already completely refined his own power. Right now, Aotian's body was entangled like a long worm. His body was also gradually releasing a terrifying poisonous gas. However, this poisonous gas would not harm the surrounding things. It was just surrounding Aotian to protect him. It could be considered as a self-defense mechanism. This thing was extremely powerful. Li Zhongjiu looked at the time funnel. Only a day had passed in the chaotic world. If not for the time funnel and Aotian's situation, Li Zhongjiu would have thought that several months or even years had passed. After all, in the chaotic world, there was nothing but this endless power of nothingness. One could not feel the passage of time at all. The poisonous gas that was surrounding Aotian seemed to have turned into a huge poisonous cocoon. Finally, a burst of power erupted from this poisonous cocoon and rushed to the sky. Li Zhongjiu casually set up a formation to conceal this terrifying movement. Otherwise, it might attract the attention of many people. Lingyu, who was in the bamboo forest, also felt that there was a sudden surge of terrifying power in Li Zhongjiu's courtyard. It came from poisonous dragon Aotian. This guy is so arrogant and unruly, yet he's so surprising. He really makes people love and hate him. The corners of Lingyu's mouth could not help but curl up. She was naturally very interested in people like Li Zhongjiu. The latter's cold arrogance was not fake. Moreover, with the latter's strength alone, he indeed had the ability to do so to such an extent. Even an expert of the celestial realm directly fell here. Perhaps there was an even bigger surprise on Li Zhongzhou's body. Now the surprise had arrived. Even Li Zhongzhou's pet had broken through to the celestial realm. To be precise, it was Li Zhongzhou's mount. Even his mount could break through to the celestial realm. It must have obtained a lot of good things, which surprised Ling Yu. Many people who obtained things would want to take it to the trading hall and sell it for soul beans to use for their own cultivation. Who would be like Li Zhongzhou, who actually used it on his mount? Did he not know that in this world, only his own strength was the most reliable? Was he too careless, or was the latter too confident? Ling Yu was already interested in Li Zhongzhou, just as Ling Yu's imagination was running wild. Poisonous dragon Aotian had already split open the poisonous cocoon. A pitch-black poisonous armor slowly crawled out of the poisonous cocoon. The power in his body had also undergone a qualitative change. Chapter 1649. Aotian felt that he had never felt so powerful before. At this moment, he was extremely excited. "Thank you, Master." Aotian came before Li Zhongzhou and said respectfully. At this moment, Aotian really regarded Li Zhongzhou as his master. Before this, Aotian thought that he was forced to stay by Li Zhongzhou's side because of the pressure and the fact that he had nowhere to go. But who knew that Li Zhongzhou would fight 5 poison sage, who was in the celestial realm, for him? This could be said to be a very risky action. He did not expect Li Zhongzhou to be willing to do so. Now that he had killed Daoist 5 poisons and given him the 4 treasures that Daoist 5 poisons had painstakingly collected, he was able to have today's breakthrough and have his current strength. This was extremely surprising and pleasantly surprising. He never thought that Li Zhongzhou in front of him was so sentimental. He valued him so much. This made Aotian feel very touched. "You've broken through. Let me see how strong you are." Li Zhongzhou really wanted to feel the power of the hammer of primal chaos will in his hand. Furthermore, proud heaven's black armor looked even more majestic after his breakthrough, and looked even more baleful than before. He had the aura of a divine beast. Hence, Li Zhongzhou also made this request. Aotian naturally could not ask for more. Although he had fought with Li Zhongzhou in the Poison Dragon Mountain stronghold before, at that time, it could only be said that they were evenly matched. Both of them stopped at a certain point and did not use their strongest killer move. It could not be counted too much. Of course, if both of them used their killer moves at the same time, in terms of strength, they were about the same. Now that he had broken through to the celestial realm, Aotian also wanted to feel how strong his strength was. The master was the master. Testing his strength was also a test. It was better than not knowing anything. The two of them hit it off. They flew directly to the outside of Red Soul City. He found a place in the wilderness. Aotian transformed into a poisonous dragon. It circled around in the sky. Li Zhongzhou let Aotian make the first move. Aotian opened his bloody mouth. There seemed to be a pitch-black cloud between heaven and earth that opened and closed at this moment, directly devouring Li Zhongzhou. Li Zhongzhou circulated his chaotic force under the poison and actually expelled the poison from his body. Boom! A powerful force spread out. Li Zhongzhou directly rushed out of the poisonous world without any injuries. Aotian saw that Li Zhongzhou's body seemed to be easily refining and absorbing some of the poisonous gas on his body. It was so easy that it didn't hurt Li Zhongzhou at all. This made Aotian very surprised. His poison was a combination of the power of 5 poisons. Even a celestial realm expert could only bow his head and admit his mistake when encountering this poisonous gas. However, Li Zhongzhou easily absorbed all the poisonous gas around his body. Your poison and the 5 poisons spiritual master come from the same source. Although it's very powerful, I'm basically immune to it now, Li Zhongzhou said. The poisonous gas that Aotian released just now had already completely rotted a barren mountain. However, he couldn't hurt Li Zhongzhou in the slightest. To Aotion, this outcome was indeed a little shocking. "Come and take a hammer from me." Li Zhongjiu summoned his chaotic hammer of will. Although Li Zhongjiu's yuan power had not broken through to the celestial realm, it was only at the level of innate level 9. However, his mental strength had already reached the celestial realm. This was very surprising. Immediately, a terrifying aura attacked. Aotion was also prepared to go all out to defend against Li Zhongjiu's next attack. Aotion roared, and the scales on his body seemed to be released at this moment, turning into a protective armor and protecting Aotion's body. Li Zhongjiu saw that Aotion was already prepared. Immediately, he leaped up and waved the chaotic hammer in his hand 100 meters away. A surge of chaotic energy descended from the sky and appeared out of thin air. As if it had appeared out of nowhere, it blasted directly on Aotion's body. Aotion's humongous body was sent rolling for over 100 rounds. It was unknown how many stones and trees were crushed along the way. Finally, it came to a stop with a loud bang. The terrifying vibrating force was indeed too shocking. Aotion was already about to fall into a coma. The suppression and impact of this power made the scales that he had painstakingly grown look like they were about to be blown away. In the end, they were suppressed bit by bit. Fortunately, Li Zhongjiu didn't use all his strength when he swung the hammer just now. Otherwise, the scales on Aotion's body would have been shattered. "Master, your power is too strong." Aotion was full of admiration. Li Zhongjiu finally smiled when he felt the power in his body. At least, he finally had the strength to establish himself in this great world. The power in his hands made Li Zhongjiu feel more secure. "Let's go and pack up. We're about to set off. It's going to be a tough battle," Li Zhongjiu said. Even with his current strength, Li Zhongjiu felt that he might not be able to defeat Commander Mishur. However, he could at least put up a fight. There's still some time now. There's a chance to perfect the plan. Aotion transformed into his human form. Although he still didn't know what Li Zhongjiu was thinking, he knew that whatever Li Zhongjiu was thinking about was definitely not something good. Li Zhongjiu and Aotion also asked around. They finally found out what the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was doing. The Heavenly Fiend Alliance had recently found an ancient ferocious spirit. They were now leading a team and organizing many experts to deal with the ancient ferocious spirit. Li Zhongjiu had never seen an ancient ferocious spirit before. However, Aotion knew that it was a kind of soul that had been imprisoned for an unknown reason. After tens of thousands of years, it finally became an extremely ferocious spiritual body. Usually, there would be special crystals in their bodies. However, the existence of these crystals was also very valuable. Now, these ferocious spirits were usually hidden and rarely showed themselves. The people of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance had obviously found such a ferocious spirit by accident. Hence, they organized a team. This was also a daily activity of the Alliance. Otherwise, how could such a large group of people contribute so many things to the Alliance? They had to organize such activities to ensure the income of the Alliance members. Chapter 1650. The Heavenly Fiend Alliance had lost so many experts and core members this time. Li Zhongjiu had spent a lot of soul beans to find information about the Heavenly Fiend Alliance in the mission hall. From Aotion's point of view, such an action was very unreasonable. He was extremely confused and could not understand it at all. However, if Aotion could understand it, he would not be a dragon. He would be a human. If it were an ordinary person, they would not know how to get these things. In reality, these rules were always there. Moreover, this was the limitless true flame great world, which was more realistic. After the two of them received the news, they immediately rushed in the direction described in the information. About 300 miles away from the Scarlet Spirit City, a cave appeared. In this cave, there was actually a 30,000-year-old ancient ferocious spirit. Under such a ferocious spirit, there would usually be some treasures hidden. Other than that, Killing such a ferocious spirit would give 1,000 of soul beans. One should not underestimate such a number. This was already a very good return. If one was lucky, one might even be able to obtain some good treasures. These treasures could be sold for a good price. Of course, hunting ancient ferocious spirits was also a very dangerous thing. There was a high possibility of losing one's life if one was not careful. Sometimes, some people would even take the initiative to sacrifice their own life in exchange for a chance to attack with golden-grade ferocious spirit. This time, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance had organized a crazy attack. There were close to 20 core members. These people were almost all present. With these people's strength, they would naturally be able to solve some problems. However, this time the information was wrong. The opponent was a 10,000-year-old ancient ferocious spirit. Moreover, it was a 50,000-year-old ancient ferocious spirit. Its strength was twice as strong as what they had heard previously. Although the 50,000-year-old ancient ferocious spirit was only 20,000 years more, even if it was only 1 year more, it was already on a different level. Alliance leader, are we still going to fight? Many people hesitated. After all, this was a 50,000-year-old ancient ferocious spirit. If the previous leaders were still around, they would definitely be able to kill this ferocious spirit if they had a fierce battle with it. But in the current situation, they were severely understaffed. Moreover, their own sects were already on the verge of collapsing. It was almost impossible to support such a huge expenditure. That was why they took such a risk and did such a thing. It was shocking and even more shocking. If they suffered another huge loss this time, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance would be in trouble. What are you panicking for? I'm here. So what if it's only 50,000 years? Attack. The leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was a man of steel. The Heavenly Fiend Alliance was built by him single-handedly. Although he did not know what had happened, someone had destroyed almost half of his hard work. However, it didn't matter. He still had plenty of time to rebuild the Sky Fiend Union. As long as he was in the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, it would not be a problem. He was where the true soul resided. It was because he was in the heaven realm. At that moment, he did not waste any more words with the other party. Without any hesitation, he rushed out with a huge axe in his hand. As he rushed out, he angered the ferocious spirit in the cave. It's a three-headed demon wolf. A three-headed demon wolf. That meant it had 3 heads. Among the ancient ferocious spirits, it was already an extremely ferocious existence. Hence, when they saw the 3-headed demon wolf appear, the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance roared and the huge axe in his hand slammed down. The people behind him were also prepared. One by one, they rushed forward and unleashed their attacks. Their attacks were released. The attacks came in waves. It never stopped. It was such a concentrated attack that was able to kill the other party. However, this 3-headed demon wolf was not to be trifled with. It was also not at the level that they had dealt with previously. It left its cave and rushed out, sending the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance flying. At the same time, it moved and rushed towards the other experts of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. The experts of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance were not in a hurry. They quickly formed a battle formation. At the same time, they trapped the other party within it. They surrounded and attacked the terrifying ancient ferocious spirit in front of them. The 3-headed demonic wolf continued to bite and tear. Terrifying yuan power undulations were continuously released and swept towards them. Boom! 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 Many of them were sent flying. The leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance suddenly activated his power. The axe in his hand suddenly chopped off one of the heads of the 3-headed demon wolf. Instantly, the latter's power was greatly reduced. At the same time, there were also many experts who were sent flying by the shockwave. Everyone, hurry up! He's about to die! The leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance roared. The axe in his hand chopped down on the other head of the ancient demonic wolf. Finally, under the joint efforts of everyone, the second head was chopped off. just when everyone thought that the ancient demonic wolf was about to die. Who knew that the three-headed demon wolf would spit out a blue flame from its mouth? It instantly burned the 5 experts in front of it to ashes. Boom! The last head was finally chopped off by the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. However, he did not manage to chop it off successfully. The Heavenly Fiend Alliance was severely injured. With a forceful shake, the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was sent flying. The leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance did not expect the ancient demonic wolf to be so ferocious. If the ancient demonic wolf was still alive, he would not know how powerful it was. Fortunately, the ancient demonic wolf was now dead. This gave them a chance to take down the person in front of them. After fighting for close to 10 minutes, they finally managed to severely injure the three-headed demon wolf. The latter fell heavily on the ground. At this moment, more than half of the core members of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance were killed. No one had expected such a situation to occur. Even the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance did not expect things to develop to this stage. It was hard for him to accept. However, at least he managed to kill the three-headed demon wolf. However, just as the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was about to kill the ancient demonic wolf, all of a sudden, he felt that there was a force that seemed to be approaching. Suddenly, the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance became alert. Who is it? Li Zhongjiu and Aotian appeared. Those who appeared at such a critical moment were either friends or enemies. Under normal circumstances, the possibility of enemies was higher. Chapter 1651. Now, the three-headed demon wolf was on its last breath. Moreover, so many experts from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance were severely injured. Not only were they severely injured, but their formation was also damaged. The strength of their subordinates was not proportional at all. At such a crucial moment, 2 mysterious figures appeared. Furthermore, they were in such a remote area. Naturally, it was suspicious. If these people were just passing by, it would be too far-fetched. Alliance leader, this person is number 1 on our blacklist. Before this, Li Zhongjiu was also number 1 on the Heavenly Fiend Alliance's blacklist. When the subordinates saw Li Zhongjiu approaching, they basically saw Li Zhongjiu's hatred. He was an enemy. It's you. You killed my Heavenly Fiend Alliance's men and stole our treasures. The Alliance leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance recalled that the person he hated the most in the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was Li Zhongjiu. It was precisely because of Li Zhongjiu that so many people from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance were killed. The second and third brothers were killed by him. Apart from that, the treasures in the underground palace were also stolen by Li Zhongjiu. This made the Alliance leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance extremely angry. He even wanted to make up for such a huge loss. Hence, he personally took part in such a mission. All of this was because of Li Zhongjiu. If not for Li Zhongjiu, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance would have fallen to such a state. How could his Heavenly Fiend Alliance be reduced to such a state? They had even lost many of their brothers for the sake of this three-headed demon wolf, although these people were just expendable goods to him. However, when the time came for them to be of use, these people would be able to play a role. Kill! Of course, Li Zhongjiu did not have much to say to them. After meeting each other, it could be considered as a greeting. Those who could escape in time would escape directly. Those who couldn't escape in time and wanted to stay would have to fight a bloody battle. Aotian also let out a furious roar. His body transformed into a huge poisonous dragon, and he quickly rushed towards the dozen experts below. Li Zhongjiu lifted his hammer and charged towards the Alliance master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Boom! Immediately, this terrifying power erupted. Li Zhongjiu swung the hammer of chaos in his hand towards the Alliance master of the Sky Fiend Alliance. The Alliance master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance growled. He channeled the elemental energy in his body and blasted it towards Li Zhongjiu. Boom! Both of their auras instantly clashed. However, Li Zhongjiu's primal chaos power was able to disintegrate the Sky Fiend Alliance master's attack. What kind of power is this? The Sky Fiend Alliance Master had not expected that Li Zongjiu's power would be so formidable that it would be able to destroy his attack. Furthermore, this power landed on his body in an instant. The Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was sent flying. Boom! The Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was sent flying dozens of meters away. He was severely injured. The latter had the strength of the Celestial Realm, but under the hands of Li Zongjiu, he was directly blasted out with just such a move. The power of the primal chaos power was not something that could be blocked so easily. That was why the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was so shocked. He was shocked by Li Zongjiu's power. The effect of the battle is so good? Li Zongjiu had not expected this. He had only used less than 50% of his power in that attack, as he was afraid that he would kill the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance instantly. If that was the case, Li Zongjiu would have fewer arrangements to make. However, he would suffer a lot of losses. This trip was not just for the ancient ferocious spirit. There were ancient ferocious spirits everywhere. How could they be here just to snatch the prey of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance? After all, Li Zongjiu did not say that he was here specifically to target the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Aotion had already scattered the dozen or so core experts of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Some of them were dead, while the rest had escaped. This was because these people realized that Aotion was a heavenly realm being. Regardless of whether one was a heavenly realm human or dragon, one's power was extremely terrifying. It was not something that could be easily blocked. Hence, these people had the chance to escape. It was not worth it to die here for nothing. Moreover, the Alliance Master himself had been sent flying by someone. Hence, the situation had become quite critical. It was not a situation where one could leave just because one wanted to. Why are you targeting the Heavenly Fiend Alliance? The Alliance Master was extremely puzzled. When he saw his subordinates being chased away by Aotion, he questioned Li Zongjiu. He really could not figure out how he had offended Li Zongjiu. This terrifying person had never seen Li Zongjiu before. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to target you." Li Zongjiu waved his hand helplessly. Suddenly, he heard fighting sounds coming from behind him. He saw that Aotion had already pressed the three-headed demon wolf that was about to launch a sneak attack on him to the ground. Then, he launched a biting attack on the three-headed demon wolf. The three-headed demon wolf in front of him was easily put down on the ground. Slash! The three-headed demon wolf's body was easily bitten into pieces. Clearly, under the attack of the poison dragon Aotion, even a 50,000-year-old ancient ferocious spirit did not have much power to resist. The Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance saw this scene. Almost 3,000 soul beans were dropped from the three-headed demon wolf's body. At the same time, there was a small piece of black metal. Although he could not see it clearly, the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance knew very clearly that a treasure had dropped. Immediately, the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance's heart skipped a beat. He was extremely regretful. If he and the others had killed the ferocious spirit earlier, he would have returned to his residence by now. However, he still fell. He fell into Li Zongjiu's hands. Given the other party's strength and ability to find him, he must have a very strong background. Otherwise, he would not have been able to destroy the entire Heavenly Fiend Alliance by himself. Not only was he powerful, but he also had a strong background. Moreover, his mount was of the Heaven Realm. No matter how one looked at it, Li Zongjiu was also a very powerful person. The reason why he appeared here was because the latter wanted to deal with him. As for him, he had already become a lone wolf without any help. Impossible? He had already escaped. Tell me, what exactly do you want? Li Zongjiu did not expect the person in front of him to have such a high level of awareness. They had only started fighting for a short while, and he was already thinking of surrendering. He even started to talk about conditions. As long as you can spare my life, I will agree to any conditions. The Alliance Master of the Sky Fiend Alliance had seen experts and powerhouses before. In the eyes of a true expert, the lives of these people were not worth mentioning at all. They could take their lives away with a wave of their hand. They did not care about your life at all. If he did not grasp this precious chance to live, he might die in the next moment. Oh! You're pretty smart. What's the address of your gang? What's your gang's address? Is it peaceful? Li Zongjiu asked. Why would he buy something that he could snatch? Chapter 1652. Li Zongjiu had already understood this principle. In fact, this principle was even more useful in the Great World. There wouldn't be any problems if one just attacked directly. The only problem was that one's strength was far from enough. Only a second-grade faction needs an address. Could it be that the latter was naturally very surprised. Could it be that Li Zongjiu was already able to establish a second-grade faction? He couldn't tell whether Li Zongjiu had a faction or not. However, establishing a faction required at least 2 guild creation tokens and 100,000 soul beans. Previously, he had obtained such an opportunity with the help of others. However, Li Zongjiu, who was in front of him, also had such strength. This made him very surprised. Give me your address, Li Zongjiu said with a smile. Back then, the latter had spent a lot of money to finally find such a precious piece of land. Now, under Li Zongjiu's coercion, he could only hand over the title deed in his hands. He placed it in Li Zongjiu's hands. It's actually 600 square meters. You're quite generous. When Li Zongjiu saw the information on the title deed, he couldn't help but be surprised. However, he didn't expect the latter to know how to enjoy life. During this process, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance Master didn't mention the person behind him. The person behind him was a subordinate of the City Lord. Did he specialize in doing things? Since the other party dared to come knocking on his door, it meant that Li Zongjiu had already thoroughly investigated his background. Therefore, there was no need for him to explain anything. Sometimes, he would even bring disaster to himself. Originally, he would have a way out, but he liked to ask this and that. In the end, he would lose his life for nothing. Therefore, he endured it. He didn't ask about Li Zongjiu's background. He immediately sold the manor that originally belonged to the Heavenly Fiend Alliance to Li Zongjiu for 1 soul bean. The two of them completed the transaction, and Li Zongjiu's name appeared on the title deed in their hands. With this, the matter was settled. Well done, but you have to do one more thing for me, Li Zongjiu said. The Heavenly Fiend Alliance Master did not understand what Li Zongjiu was trying to do. However, he had no choice but to agree to Li Zongjiu's request. Mi Sure? You want to deal with Commander Mi Sure? When the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance heard Li Zongjiu's request, he was shocked. Because what Li Zongjiu said just now was that he should invite Commander Mi Sure to his manor tomorrow. Of course, this manor now belonged to Li Zongjiu. After this, I'll let you off and I won't cause trouble for the Heavenly Fiend Alliance anymore, Li Zongjiu said calmly. The latter understood that Li Zongjiu was not very clear. However, this matter was related to Commander Mi Sure. If Li Zongjiu was crippled in the end, it would be difficult for him to protect his own life. He had offended both sides. Similarly, he couldn't afford to offend both sides. However, if he didn't agree to Li Zongjiu's request now, Li Zongjiu would definitely kill him. He wouldn't be able to live past today. At first, he was in a difficult position, but in the end, he agreed to help Li Zongjiu and invite Commander Mi Sure to this place. Li Zongjiu and Ao Tian came directly to this manor, which was called Cold Moon Villa. If Li Zongjiu had heard of the names of the few great commanders in the Crimson Soul City, then he would probably know what exactly this Cold Moon Villa represented. Unfortunately, Li Zongjiu didn't know. The Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was careful not to reveal the relationship between them to Li Zongjiu, so Li Zongjiu wouldn't know at the moment. In Cold Moon Villa, The experts who originally belonged to the Heavenly Fiend Alliance had basically received the news that the Alliance Master was transferring them. Moreover, this was no longer the Heavenly Fiend Alliance's encampment. It was hard for them to imagine what had happened to make their gang leader lose the gang's base. This really made them puzzled, but perhaps there were other arrangements. When Li Zhongjiu and Aotian arrived, however, when they saw the cold moon villa from afar, they felt a chill run down their spines. Why do they all like to call themselves you? Li Zhongjiu was speechless. Just now, Li Zhongjiu had met at least 3 months. The Thousand Moon Sect Master should also be called Qianyu. There was also a very powerful array master called Lingyu. Now that there was a cold moon villa, the previous owner was most likely called Hanyu or something. Was it because the people in this world didn't know how to name things because they didn't read much? Although Li Zhongjiu was just casually ridiculing, but after the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance heard it, his heart skipped a beat. Everyone was called you? In the entire Crimson Spirit City, there were very few people who dared to name themselves you. The Thousand Moon Sect Master was one. But the Thousand Moon Sect Master had his own background. There were people above him. Besides, there was an expert who lived in seclusion called Fairy Lingyu. Then there was this Commander Hanyu. Other than that, the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance didn't expect anyone else to be called you. Of course, it was also possible that they were just ordinary people. It was hard to say. It wasn't necessarily necessary to know someone who was very skilled. Those who were mediocre? There were many who weren't very famous. Maybe there was someone called you. Li Zhongjiu naturally didn't know that there were only so many people in total, and he actually bumped into them directly. Moreover, he even had some connections with them intentionally or unintentionally. If Li Zhongjiu knew about it, he would be very surprised. He asked the latter to write an invitation letter. Li Zhongjiu summoned the elite team over and asked one of them to deliver the invitation letter to Commander Mi Shi. The general idea was that Li Zhongjiu had finally found a connection with the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. He wanted to ask Commander Mi Shi to give him some face in the territory of the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Everyone just had to compensate and not make a big deal out of it. As for the specifics, they would come over first and talk about it slowly. When Commander Mi Shi received the letter, he smiled disdainfully. Scoundrel! I gave you 3 days to find such a piece of trash. The face of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance is nothing, but I can't afford to offend that woman. Let's see what you're up to first. I want to see who is so arrogant to provoke me. Although Commander Mi Shi was prepared to give face to the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, he definitely wouldn't let Li Zhongjiu off easily. Otherwise, his Mi Shi army wouldn't be able to survive in this city in the future. Li Zhongjiu definitely didn't know Commander Hanyu. Otherwise, Commander Hanyu would be the one looking for him, not the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Commander Mi Shi had to give face just because he had some connections. It wasn't that easy to give face. Even if he gave it to him, it wouldn't be that easy to take it. If he didn't show some courage, he wouldn't know that he couldn't afford to offend those people in this city. Chapter 1653. Li Zhongjiu took out the Guild Creation Token in his hand. When he put the 2 Guild Creation Tokens together, a thought appeared in his mind. This thought reminded Li Zhongjiu whether or not he should use 100,000 soul beans to upgrade the Guild Creation Token. In addition to the soul beans obtained from the 3 demon wolves, the amount of soul beans they obtained was very high. It was just enough for 100,000 soul beans. In the end, it was all thanks to Spiritual Master 5 Poisons. If Spiritual Master 5 Poisons hadn't given Li Zhongjiu so many soul beans, this really put Li Zhongjiu in a difficult position. 100,000 soul beans were instantly consumed. At the same time, the 2 Guild Creation Tokens in his hand merged into one. Moreover, on the Guild Creation Token, its luster was also very different. It was originally the color of green iron, but now, in his hand, it was almost white. His mind was instantly immersed in the guild creation token, and he moved out the things inside the guild creation token. Very quickly, Li Zhongjiu also found the option of the guild base. His mind moved. Li Zhongjiu also pasted the title deed of the Cold Moon Villa in his hand onto the card, as if it was invisible. He read the contents of the title deed. Then, the entire Cold Moon Villa's various landforms appeared in Li Zhongjiu's mind. The Cold Moon Villa had changed hands, and at the same time, it became Li Zhongjiu's guild base. This instantly shocked Li Zhongjiu greatly. The entire Cold Moon Villa had become Li Zhongjiu's territory. No corner could escape Li Zhongjiu's control. Magical eyes. So strong. Li Zhongjiu could clearly feel the appearance of his own power. Then, this terrifying power appeared in Li Zhongjiu's hand. If Li Zhongjiu wanted to kill someone, he only needed a thought. After that, Li Zhongjiu also used the guild establishment token to spread the news of the Green Gang's encampment. Everyone in the Green Gang could feel it. Some of the Qing Gang experts who were struggling in the city were also stunned at this moment. They really didn't expect that a gang would be established in such a short time. This meant that the entire gang had already become a second-grade gang. What kind of concept was this? This meant that the Qing Gang had become one of the top 4 gangs in the entire Crimson Spirit City. This was too exaggerated. The members of the Qing Gang couldn't believe it either, mainly because they had never seen the gang leader before. They didn't even know who the real gang leader was, even though they could follow Li Zhongjiu's orders. However, he didn't know Li Zhongjiu's identity. This was because Li Zhongjiu had not been publicly announced in the gang. However, Hong Long, the deputy gang leader, was more well known. However, they heard that the deputy gang leader had been captured. They only knew about this roughly. There were benefits in the gang, but not many people knew about the specific situation. Li Zhongjiu arranged for the members of the Qing Gang to stay in the encampment. The Cold Moon Villa directly became Li Zhongjiu's territory. This was really shocking. The leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was not released. Li Zhongjiu originally wanted to use the head of the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance to test the power in his hands. He wanted to see if this kind of power that could casually kill people was suitable for him. However, it seemed that there was no need to do so now. Li Zhongjiu could also clearly feel the presence of a powerful force. This was a kind of power given by the rules of the entire world. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu could use this kind of power. He didn't let the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance out because he was worried that this guy would run out and leak information. What if he scared Commander Mi Shi away? Hong Long would really be finished. Now that he wanted to barge in and drag Hong Long out, it wouldn't be so easy. It wasn't a waste for him to be able to stay in the Red Soul City for so many years. At the same time, he had become a commander and had so many people under him. The next day. Originally, Li Zhongjiu was still worried that the other party wouldn't dare to come. However, Li Zhongjiu soon realized that he was wrong. What kind of status did the other party have? Even if he knew that this was the territory of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, he would definitely dare to come. This was because the Heavenly Fiend Alliance couldn't bear the consequences of killing Commander Mi Shi. It was mainly because of Commander Han Yu's face. Unless Commander Han Yu wanted to deal with Mi Shi and deliberately did this. However, in Commander Mi Shi's eyes, Commander Han Yu wasn't such a person. Therefore, the next day, Commander Mi Shi directly walked over with 8 personal guards escorting Hong Long. After Commander Mi Shi knew Hong Long's real identity, he already knew that it would be useless to kill Hong Long directly. However, Commander Mi Shi guessed that the other party didn't know Hong Long's real identity. Therefore, Hong Long was more or less useful now. Commander Mi Shi and the others swaggered in. Cold Moon Villa. When he walked in, he could clearly feel a chill coming over him. Commander Mi Shi frowned. There were only 2 people waiting for him in the hall, and he didn't know either of them. He didn't see the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. However, the person beside Commander Mi sure recognized Li Zhongjiu. "Commander, this is the person who snatched my gang establishment token." This person was the former leader of the Qin gang. This was a very painful experience for the latter. As a leader, he was directly threatened to hand over the gang and the gang establishment token. In the end, he ended up like this. If others knew about this, he would be ridiculed for thousands of years. However, now that Commander Mi Shi was here to support him, he wasn't afraid of anything. At the same time, he looked at Li Zhongjiu with a cold light flashing in his eyes, as if to tell Li Zhongjiu that he was dead meat. "You must be Commander Mi Shi." Li Zhongjiu smiled slightly when he saw Commander Mi Shi, who walked in with an extremely imposing aura. It was good that he was here. "Who are you? Tell me your name. Where is the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance? Ask that guy to come out." Commander Mi Shi sat down and said, "He can't come," Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. Then, a terrifying will suddenly burst out from his eyes. Along with the eruption of this power, Commander Mi Shi and the others trembled in their hearts. The 8 guards beside Commander Mi Shi and the former leader of the Qin gang were instantly turned into ashes with a bang. Bang, bang, bang. There wasn't the slightest bit of sloppiness in this slaughter. At the same time, a tyrannical and unparalleled force instantly shattered the armor on Commander Mi Shi's body. He was seriously injured. Chapter 1654. Li Zhongjiu's speed was as fast as lightning. He directly killed the group of people in front of him. At the same time, Commander Mi Shi was also seriously injured. His entire body was blasted away. When Hong Long saw this scene, he couldn't help but laugh. As the deputy leader of the Qin gang, he naturally knew about the gang's encampment. But Hong Long didn't know that Li Zhongjiu would attack so decisively. He directly killed the man. Hong Long was quite shocked. Only Li Zhongjiu could do such a thing. These people in front of him had no chance at all. When Li Zhongjiu made a move, he would not hesitate at all. Hong Long originally thought that Li Zhongjiu would hesitate a little at this time. At least, he wanted to negotiate with Commander Mi Shi first. He had scruples. Commander Mi Shi had a large number of experts behind him. The Mi Shi army under his command had a total of 500 people. Although he only brought 8 people this time, there were hundreds of experts who hadn't taken action yet. If they knew that Commander Mi Shi was killed by Li Zhongjiu, these people would definitely not let it go. Once they launched a large-scale attack, they wouldn't dare to enter Cold Moon Villa. But outside Cold Moon Villa, they would definitely wait day and night. After forcing you out, they would directly kill you. There would always be a way to guard you. It was impossible for them to stay in Cold Moon Villa every day. In addition, they would definitely find out all the members of Qin gang and kill them one by one. It was indeed too risky. "How dare you kill me?" Commander Mi Shi was seriously injured, but he could still speak. At this moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Li Zhongjiu in front of him. His eyes were full of disbelief. "Why not?" Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. The next moment, Commander Mi Shi also jumped up, trying to escape from the Cold Moon Villa. However, how could Li Zhongjiu let him go so easily? If he let him go, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Boom! A surge of power directly obliterated Commander Mi Shi. It was blasted into pieces. Li Zhongjiu didn't need to get anything from Commander Mi Shi. He could just kill him directly. Since Li Zhongjiu was forced to kill people in this macro world, Li Zhongjiu could only comply with the rules here and be a good killer. Who was more ruthless? Li Zhongjiu had never been afraid of anyone. Commander Mi Shi directly turned into 21 soul beams. Li Zhongjiu reached out with a wave of his hand and caught all of them. An overbearing commander with 500 men under him. In an instant, they transformed into 21 soul beings. In Hong Long and Ao Tian's eyes, it was very unbelievable. Most of the people in the Qin gang saw this scene as well. Spread the news that the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance killed Commander Mishur. Li Zongjiu said to his subordinate. Li Zongjiu didn't know them, and they didn't seem to know Li Zongjiu either. However, after seeing Li Zongjiu's methods, they knew that their Alliance Master would definitely be a very powerful person in the future. He was decisive and ruthless. Commander Mishur, who no one dared to touch, turned into a soul being in his hands. He was really powerful. As for the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, Li Zongjiu directly locked him up. First, he messed up the situation. Who knew what would happen here? It was hard for the outside world to know what was going on. Moreover, as long as someone came to make trouble, ordinary people wouldn't be able to figure out the current situation. The situation would become more and more murky. It would be harder than ascending to heaven to find a connection. In the end, even the people who were killing each other didn't know why. Hong Long naturally admired Li Zongjiu's methods. "Thank you, Alliance Master, for saving my life," Hong Long said to Li Zongjiu emotionally. If it wasn't for Li Zongjiu, he would have died. After all, not everyone was willing to take such a big risk. They were just strangers who met by chance. Most of the time, Hong Long was just a guide who appeared beside Li Zongjiu. In fact, he didn't play much of a role. Li Zongjiu sacrificed him, so he was sacrificed. There was nothing he could do. However, Li Zongjiu didn't do that. Instead, he went through so much trouble and took such a big risk to kill Commander Mishur. Moreover, looking at the situation, it seemed that even the Heavenly Fiend Alliance had been killed. Li Zongjiu took care of it. It was really unexpected. Who could have imagined it? Back then, it was just a simple task. The person he met actually brought about such a big change in his life. It was really unbelievable. Cut the crap. Hurry up and do what you need to do, Li Zongjiu said. He didn't waste any time with small talk. He had to settle this matter well. There were still many things to do. Yes, Alliance Master, Hong Long said excitedly. But, Alliance Master, where is this place? Hong Long only knew that the Qing gang had a gang base, but he didn't know where it was. I think it's called Cold Moon Villa, Li Zongjiu said. What? Cold Moon Villa? Hong Long's expression changed tremendously. The Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance and the Governor of the Red Soul City had a relationship. However, no one knew what kind of relationship it was. There were even many guesses about the location of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance's base. However, Hong Long didn't expect that the Heavenly Fiend Alliance's base was the famous Cold Moon Villa. Not only that, the entire Cold Moon Villa was snatched away by Li Zongjiu. This was really too exaggerated. Hong Long couldn't react to it. This kind of strength was really too powerful. However, this directly offended Commander Cold Moon. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Li Zongjiu said. If there was a problem, just solve it directly. What else could there be? It was no big deal. Yes, and it's a big problem. The latter sucked in a breath of cold air. This Cold Moon Villa is the place of Commander Cold Moon, the subordinate of the Red Soul City Governor. This means that the person behind the Heavenly Fiend Alliance is actually Commander Cold Moon. Commander Cold Moon? She's really called Cold Moon. So what? Li Zongjiu didn't care. How could a name scare people like this? Commander Cold Moon is the daughter of the governor. Chapter 1655. The daughter of the City Master. There was only one City Master in Red Soul City, and that was Red Soul himself. The latter represented the entire Red Soul City. It could even be said straightforwardly. The latter was the most powerful existence in the entire Red Soul City. Li Zongjiu did not expect such a thing to happen. It was a little awkward. After all, Li Zongjiu did not intend to be enemies with Han Yu. So what if she's the daughter of the City Master? Can she go to heaven? Li Zongjiu was just a little surprised. Other than that, he did not feel anything else. So what if she's the daughter of the City Master? If that's the case, why don't you go to heaven? Humans would die. If you wanted to provoke Li Zhongjiu, even if you were the city master of Red Soul City himself, he would have to find a chance to kill you. Hong Long looked at Li Zhongjiu in disbelief. He could not believe that he could be so calm. He was indeed the calmest person Hong Long had ever seen. This time, Hong Long was completely convinced. Outside, the death of Commander Mi sure shook the entire Crimson Soul City. After all, to be able to become a commander, one had to have his own abilities. Moreover, Commander Mi Sure was a very famous expert in the city. Yet, he was killed just like that. Things were indeed a little unexpected. Everyone was shocked. Then, there was a piece of news. It turned out that the Alliance Master of Heavenly Fiend Alliance had used the power of his own faction to kill Commander Mi Sure in the territory of Cold Moon Villa. Hence, Commander Mi Sure's subordinates were frantically searching for the people of Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Once they found them, if they could not bring them to the Alliance Master of Heavenly Fiend Alliance, they would kill them directly. Heavenly Fiend Alliance had already suffered a lot of damage. Now that they had been messed up, it was even more impossible for them to recover. In an instant, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, who had been in the limelight, fell to the bottom. The other two Grade 2 sects were caught off guard. Thousand Moon Sect. The Thousand Moon Sect Master was at a loss of what to do with the current situation. Suddenly, something like this happened. This made the Thousand Moon Sect Master very surprised and shocked. She really could not understand why the Heavenly Fiend Alliance Master would do such a foolish thing. In the beginning, this matter was quite heated. However, the Thousand Moon Sect Master soon found the crux of the matter. He was not blinded by the fanatical and chaotic scene in front of him. Instead, he was very clear about the current situation. Who is the current leader of the Qin Gang? The Thousand Moon Sect's hierarch was sharp enough to notice that there was something unusual about the new leader of the Qin Gang. I don't know. The Qin Gang has never announced anything like that. Nobody knew what kind of person the leader of the Qin Gang was. All he knew was that the latter was powerful and had a mysterious identity. Their backgrounds were also extremely mysterious. Although the leader of the Qin Gang was unable to find out the details, the owner of the Cold Moon Villa was able to easily find out. He only needed to spend some money to find out who the current owner of the Cold Moon Villa was. Soon, the Thousand Moon Sect Master found a name. Li Zhongjiu. The Thousand Moon Sect Master was naturally unfamiliar with this name. He had never heard of this name before. After that, the Thousand Moon Sect Master also searched around the city. She checked the various inns in the city to see if there was anyone similar to Li Zhongjiu's name before. Soon, in the mountain residence, the information about Li Zhongjiu finally surfaced. When the Thousand Moon Sect Master saw the portrait of Li Zhongjiu in his hand, he was stunned. He was completely stunned. "It's him!" the Thousand Moon Sect Master exclaimed. It was this person who had caused a commotion in the city recently. However, this person was also the person who had saved her life in the hands of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. However, even if she knew that the current owner of the Cold Moon Villa was Li Zhongjiu, it did not mean that Li Zhongjiu had killed Commander Mi Sure. It was hard to figure out what exactly had happened. In addition, during this period of time, the Mi Sure army and the Heavenly Fiend Alliance had been fighting each other, which had caused a lot of commotion. Gradually, the two sides had a blood feud. They had lost Commander Mi Sure. Something had also happened within the Mi Sure army. These people were also constantly dividing their strength. They had their own camp. No one dared to find trouble with Li Zhongjiu anymore. The Thousand Moon Sect Master did not disclose the clues she had found. At least, Li Zhongjiu was her savior. At this time, it was not good to hit him when he was down. Moreover, Li Zhongjiu was able to play the Mi Sure army and the Heavenly Fiend Alliance in the palm of his hand. One could imagine how powerful he was. She, the Thousand Moon Sect Master, did not want to have such a powerful opponent. Therefore, she temporarily kept Li Zhongjiu's information to herself. She kept all this information a secret. However, How is Li Zhongjiu going to deal with Commander Han Yue? Li Zhongjiu had snatched the Cold Moon Villa. Naturally, he would offend someone. Commander Han Yue. Commander Han Yue seemed to still be in seclusion. Therefore, she would not come out to find trouble with Li Zhongjiu for the time being. However, when Commander Han Yue came out of seclusion, Li Zhongjiu's situation would obviously become very dangerous. What the Thousand Moon Sect master did not expect was that Li Zhongjiu would use an unexpected method to get rid of the Cold Moon Villa. Li Zhongjiu directly listed the Cold Moon Villa for sale. The selling price: 20,000 soul beans. Only 20,000 soul beans. The Cold Moon Villa, even with these two names, was worth more than this amount of money. 20,000 soul beans, in the eyes of ordinary people, was naturally a huge number. However, in the eyes of those with real power and status, it was not a problem at all. The original value of the Cold Moon Villa should have been around 100,000 soul beans. To be able to sell for such a price, it was because the location of the Cold Moon Villa was very good. Li Zhongjiu did not want to meet the Scarlet Soul City Master so soon. If that happened, he would definitely lose. He might even be remembered. Now, if he could avoid it, he would do so. After all, Li Zhongjiu was not a fool. He knew that he was not a match for the Scarlet Soul City Master, but he still wanted to fight with him. That would be too stupid. Too stupid. Although Li Zhongjiu had his own pride, he also knew how to avoid the sharp edge. 20,000 soul beans, in this market, was a price that could be used to pick up a bargain. It was only put up for half a day before it was bought by someone. Before this, Li Zhongjiu naturally removed the binding of this sect's encampment. After the other party bought it, they immediately sold it for a higher price. After changing hands a few times, it was extremely difficult for the other party to find Li Zhongjiu again. Hong Long could not help but admire Li Zhongjiu's decisiveness. He did not feel that it was a pity at all. After all, these things were stolen. As long as one was not too greedy, there would always be a return on anything. More often than not, you would suffer a double loss because you were too greedy. Chapter 1656. Li Zhongjiu still lived in the small mountain house. Under the large formation of the small mountain house, he could also ensure his own cultivation, making steady progress, so that he could break through to the celestial realm as soon as possible. In the city, Commander Mi Shi's former territory had also changed dynasties, and the Mi Shi army under him had also been disbanded, and the remaining part had been incorporated by the new commander. As for Commander Mi Shi, he only lived in the records, which were also very realistic, very real, and this rhythm was obviously faster than the outside world. At the current pace, in less than 7 days, all the prestige of Commander Mi Shi had disappeared. In the past, he could still use the latter's name to intimidate people. But now it was no longer possible. Everyone knew that Commander Mi Shi was just a dead man. Only the living were eternal, and the rest were not taken seriously at all. After death, they were basically ashes to ashes and dust to dust. Things were so simple and clear. Hong Long was also trying his best to recruit gang members. Ao Tian also joined the Qin gang. Was it also the face of a celestial realm expert? It was all here. Li Zhongjiu finished dealing with these two big crises, and was about to rest for a while. Suddenly, he saw that the sky above the Red Soul City had turned blood red. This blood curtain could be seen in the sky. When everyone saw this scene, they were also very surprised. Some of the newcomers had never seen such a scene. But some of the old people who had experienced it also burst out with incredible light at this moment. They did not expect such a thing to happen again. What's going on? Li Zhongjiu also obviously knew that there must be something wrong. Otherwise, there would not be such a change. Hong Long also widened his eyes. He had been in this big world for so many years, but it was really the first time he saw such a situation, but he was very clear about the cause of such things. Demon siege, this is a demon siege. Demon siege? Li Zhongjiu was surprised to hear such a thing. Back then, When Li Zhongjiu had set up some trials for the students of Sky Sect Academy on Golden Island, he had also used a similar superpower. But in this big world, to create such an earth-shattering siege, Li Zhongjiu was very surprised. How bored was the mysterious Sky Emperor? Why did he have to do something in this peaceful time? It seemed that he was going to make a lot of noise. Otherwise, he would not let this matter rest. Why did he have to make such a big fuss? It was for such an effect. What's the rule? Li Zhongjiu saw that in the sky above the Scarlet Soul capital, outside of the red light screen, there were already some pitch-black raindrop-like objects that were rapidly falling down. Boom! 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 One could see these raindrop-like things falling, but when they landed on the ground with a loud bang, they directly exploded with an extremely terrifying aura. Some of these things directly fell on the red defensive shield and instantly turned into ashes. Live. Hong Long said. The only rule is to live. The defensive shield of the Red Soul City can only last for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, these demons will also rush into the city. Hong Long said. They have no emotions, they only know how to kill. It's already a blessing to be able to survive. If we can withstand this siege, then we have a chance to become the commander of the Crimson Soul City. If we can't withstand the attack of the demons, then the Crimson Spirit City will completely disappear and be wiped out. Li Zhongjiu's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He did not expect this siege to be so tragic. It was impossible to escape. Outside the Red Soul City, within a radius of 100 miles, there were countless demons descending from the sky. No matter how fast you are, as long as you don't teleport, you will be surrounded by these demons. The only way to survive was to stay in the city and persevere. These demons all descended from the sky. When Li Zhongjiu first arrived, he was also curious as to why this main city did not have a wall. Now, it seemed that the wall was useless. The demons directly fell from the sky. What was the use of the wall? Moreover, this kind of ordinary wall, how could it withstand the attack of a Xiantian realm expert, or even a celestial realm expert? It was completely impossible. Only your own strength could withstand it. At the same time, in this siege, the special effect of your gang's encampment would also be directly ineffective. The only way to survive was to bring all your brothers and have a real life and death battle. Boom! 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 At this moment, the red light screen in the sky seemed to have a huge ripple. Many people had already started to pray, praying that they could escape this disaster. And they quickly formed a team with the people around them, at least those who they trusted. This was something only experienced people would do. Those inexperienced newbies were basically just sending themselves to death. The demons in the distance were already rushing towards the Crimson Soul City. Li Zhongjiu took out the unparalleled sword. Then let's kill. Since there is no way out, there is no other way. Li Zhongjiu said. There was no problem in protecting themselves. As for how to protect the city, it was up to the City Lord and the others. In the face of such an attack, the Red Soul City Lord must have a set of strategies. The city guards in the city also quickly gathered. And they all gathered in one direction. In this direction, which was the City Lord's statue in the City Gate Square. Under the statue of the City Lord, one would also receive a boost in strength. At the same time, the City Lord's statue itself was also a very powerful dermic artifact. Under the statue, if everyone gathered, it would naturally become a very strong force to resist. Let's go to the City Gate Square too? Hong Long asked. No, it's here. Call all the people of the Qin gang here. Li Zhongjiu said. If after such a demon siege and all the people in his gang died, it would be too tragic. So it was good to be able to save one. After all, they had joined his Qin gang. As the leader, he naturally had to show some respect. Otherwise, no one would be willing to join this gang in the future. 3 minutes passed quickly. In the small mountain house, many experts came. Li Zhongjiu gathered many of the Qin gang's experts. Boom! The red light faded. The entire Crimson Soul City also erupted with a terrifying commotion at this moment. Chapter 1657. The demons that fell from the sky like meteors did not stop. They landed in every corner of the city. Li Zongjiu did not expect that something like this would happen to him. It was a rare event that happened once in a few hundred years, but it happened to him. This matter was going to be messed up. He could only fight with one of them. Li Zongjiu did not mind. It was a good opportunity for him to experience it. Anyway, the most troublesome thing was the Crimson Soul City Master and some other commanders. These people were the real main force for these matters. It was no wonder that they were not usually seen. These people were also doing their best to prepare for these matters. Without further ado, the first fiendish demon quickly entered everyone's line of sight. Li Zongjiu immediately released the array. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy spread out. Kill this demon in an instant. Black Tortoise Heavenly Calamity Array. Li Zongjiu was also in charge of controlling the array. These fiendish demons also dropped soul beans. At least there was something to be gained. At least it wasn't as if there was nothing left. Of course, when they were devoured by this demon, there was nothing left. These 10 or so green gang members, if not for the protection of Li Zongjiu and the others, would have died. With the opponent's strength, it was difficult to resist. Demons could be said to be everywhere. They fell from the sky and were very dangerous. Aotian also did not transform into his true form. This was just the beginning. Naturally, he had to be steady. If there was too much of a commotion, it would definitely attract more attention. Once the enemy's attention was attracted, it would be quite dangerous. He did not dare to cause too much of a commotion. Boom! Boom! The entire Crimson Soul City was filled with continuous explosions. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. Some of the buildings collapsed as well. From afar, one could see the terrifying smoke rising in the air. Li Zongjiu was also controlling the array in his hand. At the same time, he also activated the 8 gates heavenly mystery array of the mountain residents to replenish the elemental energy of everyone. There were a total of 7 independent courtyards in the mountain residence. When the people in the other 4 courtyards saw that Li Zongjiu's side actually had an array master, they immediately became excited. Quick, let me in. These people were not weak either. Find somewhere else. Li Zongjiu rejected these people from entering his array formation. After all, in times of crisis, human nature would be revealed without a doubt. Once it was a matter of life and death, these people would definitely do anything. One should never underestimate human nature. Sometimes, these people had no humanity to speak of. Therefore, Li Zongjiu himself was very clear about this. At such a critical juncture, of course we have to help each other. Only then will we have a chance to escape. You have to think clearly. The other party seemed to have formed a small group of their own. There were a total of 6 people. They were all Xiantian experts. To be able to afford to live in a place like the mountain residence, most of them could be considered to have some strength. You can come in, but everyone has to pay 10,000 soul beans. Li Zongjiu said. Then, he activated the Xuanwu and slapped a demon to death. 10,000 soul beans. You're looting a burning house. You'll definitely die a horrible death. When the other party heard Li Zongjiu's words, they were about to explode in anger. What kind of situation was this? They still didn't know how to unite and help each other. Moreover, such a lousy formation required 10,000 soul beans. They were simply crazy about money. On the spot, a man and a woman turned and left. From the looks of it, the 2 of them were probably lovers. After hearing this, they didn't have any hope. It was better to quickly find a hidden place to hide. Li Zongjiu naturally didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. Unity and help might exist in other places, but in the great world, it didn't exist. If they were united, why didn't they help the weaker ones? Instead, they wanted to squeeze into Li Zongjiu's formation. How could this be called unity and help? They were clearly trying to take advantage of Li Zongjiu. To be able to offer 10,000 soul beans and give them a chance was already an exceptional favor. Therefore, there was no need to think about it. These people definitely wouldn't come in. Among the 6, there was a fatty who was willing to pay to come in and hide. Li Zhongjiu was also surprised. It seemed that this fatty's thinking wasn't bad. At the very least, he had a good eye for things. Consider yourself lucky. Li Zhongjiu took the fatty's 10,000 soul beans and let him fly in. The fatty also thanked Li Zhongjiu profusely. The remaining 5 people immediately left. Furthermore, within their eyes there was a trace of hatred. If anything happened to them, they would definitely blame Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu completely ignored them. He didn't have the ability, yet he blamed others for not saving him? The fiendish demons kept rushing over. At first, it was just a few small demons. Li Zhongjiu and the others had an easy time dealing with them. But gradually, the strength of these demons became stronger and stronger. Furthermore, the more people died in the city, the more people died. The chances of these fiendish demons gathering together would be higher. It was originally 100 against 100, but it quickly became 100 against 10, 100 against 1. After all, the number of demons was endless. Li Zhongjiu kept maintaining and repairing the formation. Immediately, he saw what seemed to be 5 Xiantian realm demons in front of him. And they were all at Khanate level 6 or 7. Aotian, go kill them! Aotian nodded. He immediately rushed towards the 5 Khanate demons. However, just as Aotian rushed out, the 5 people who had just left appeared once again. They immediately surrounded Aotian. These people are pretty good at enduring. Li Zhongjiu saw that these people who were hiding chose to surround Aotian. Obviously, they were unhappy and wanted to take revenge on Li Zhongjiu. This was going to be fun. Do as you see fit. Aotian didn't expect that there would be people who would take the initiative to die. Since you don't want us to live, don't think about living either. The 5 of them said sternly. Looking at Aotian, they didn't have the slightest bit of pity. They joined forces and charged towards Aotian. Boom! Aotian's aura of a heaven being exploded instantly. In front of these 5 people, he revealed his true form. Instantly, the 5 people's eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. Heaven! Heaven being realm! The 5 of them were dumbfounded. How did they meet a heaven being realm expert? They were totally caught off guard. Immediately, the 5 of them wanted to turn around and escape. But Aotian had already swung his tail and severely injured the 5 of them. Chapter 1658. The 5 of them did not even dream of it. Aotian was a heavenly dragon realm meta beast. If they had known that Aotian was a heavenly dragon realm meta beast, they would not have dared to act rashly. As for being rejected by Li Zhongjiu, so be it. How could they lose their lives for nothing at this moment? After that, Aotian did not hesitate at all. In the blink of an eye, he rushed out and killed all 5 of them. The 5 of them turned into soul beans and were completely destroyed. At this moment, the fat man in the formation was sweating profusely. He did not expect these people to be so secretive. Luckily, he did not have the time to act. Originally, he wanted to cooperate with these people from the inside. It would be best if he could snatch the array formation. However, he did not expect Li Zhongjiu and the rest to be so powerful. Naturally, he did not dare to act rashly. He did not know if there were any top experts in this courtyard. Seeing the 5 of them die tragically, the fat man became well-behaved. At least he could survive now. He had to save his own life first. Since these people were all dead, there was no hope left. The fat man could only stay in the formation obediently. Li Zhongjiu glanced at the fat man. The fat man laughed awkwardly. These people deserved it. Blind as a bat. The fat man cursed fiercely. It was all because of these people. Not only did they die, they almost killed him. Luckily, he was lucky. The speed of Aotian's attack was also very fast. He didn't give Fatty any chance to retaliate. Otherwise, Fatty would probably be lying on the ground by now. After Aotion killed the few powerful demons, he returned to the formation. With the 8 gates Heavenly Mystery Formation. Needless to say, it had great recovery abilities. No matter how much energy was used, it could recover in a short time. It was the best place to fight. Many of them were not killed by the fiendish demons. It was because in the end their strength was almost depleted. Before they could recover, they were killed by the enemy. If their strength could not recover, there was nothing they could do. They would be killed by exhaustion. After all, there were too many of them. It could be said that they were endless. Boom. At this rate, I can hold on? Li Zongjio thought to himself. As long as there were no accidents, there would most likely be no problem. After all, his strength was there, and he had yet to make a move. The main reason was that the 2 formations in his hands complemented each other perfectly. This was also because Li Zongjio mainly relied on the strength of the master of the mountain residents. The strength and benefits of a formation master were shown very quickly. Li Zongjio did not expect a formation master to have such a great effect. The owner of this small mountain residence was also a powerful array master. This person's cultivation was even stronger than Li Zongjio's, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to survive. Now, in the Red Soul City, in many places, spirit formations also appeared to fight against the other party. Li Zongjio's side was relaxed because there were people holding back the main attacks of these demons. And these people were the City Lord and the others. The City Lord of the Red Soul City was also an expert of the Heaven Realm. He led hundreds of experts of the Heaven Realm in the square of the city gate, using the statues as a formation. They were fighting head-on with the enemy. Beside the City Lord of the Red Soul City, there were nearly 100 experts of the Heaven Realm. They were all ranked high in the city. Now that this group of people was here, the attacks they suffered were naturally the fiercest. At the same time, there were also 10 array experts maintaining the formation. With the power of the formation in front of them, they were constantly replenishing the energy of the City Lord and the others. Li Zongjio was very familiar with one of them. This person was Lingyu. Lingyu was also an extremely top formation master in the city. It was no surprise that she appeared here. However, the enemy's attack this time seemed to be very fierce. Even the Great Array was shaking non-stop. The attack this time is too strong. A handsome man beside Lingyu said. His eyebrows were also extremely heavy. When they saw such a situation, they all knew that things were not good. The demon army was more than 10 million. The City Lord of the Red Soul City, 1 man and 1 sword, slaughtered the demons in all directions, cutting the bodies of those demons into pieces. Even the soul beans that fell on the ground were not collected by anyone. Even the City Lord of the Red Soul City did not care about this little thing at all. The most important thing was to kill the enemy. Suddenly, 9 extremely terrifying auras descended from the sky. Even some of the surrounding fiendish demons were instantly suppressed by the 9 auras. Seeing this scene, the City Lord of the Red Soul City's eyes flashed with a trace of cold light. These 9 auras were all existences of the 9th level of the Heaven Realm. The strength of each of them was comparable to his. If not for the luck of this city, the City Lord of the Red Soul City would not be able to contend with these demons. Damn it! When Lingyu saw this scene, she immediately cursed in her heart. Because the 9 demons at the peak of the Heaven Realm suddenly appeared on the other side. They directly brought an extremely strong threat to the City Lord of the Red Soul City. Activate the strengthening formation. Lingyu seemed to be the backbone of the many formation masters. After Lingyu gave the order, the 10 array masters also quickly formed hand seals and flew about. Rays of golden light fell on the City Lord of the Red Soul City. Suddenly, the City Lord of the Red Soul City's body shone with golden light. At this moment, his combat strength was also greatly enhanced at this moment, and he quickly rushed forward. Boom! With a golden sword in his hand, he contended with the 9 demons at the peak of the Heaven Realm. Li Zhongjiu also felt this terrifying fluctuation. He immediately glanced over and saw that the shock waves from the battle alone were enough to kill many of the beasts and demons in the army of beasts and demons. They are really strong. Li Zhongjiu could also clearly feel the power of the fluctuation. It spread out for hundreds of miles, and one could clearly feel the existence of this power. Furthermore, this golden light formation also gave the ladder a very strong boost in strength. But they still can't resist. Li Zhongjiu looked into the distance. The 10th demon at the peak of the heaven realm had also been born. However, it fell in another part of the city, and at this moment it was also rushing toward the city gate. It was bound to join the battle and kill the city lord of the Red Soul City. Li Zhongjiu saw it, and naturally the others also saw it. Ling Yu and the others' faces changed. Who would be able to stop this powerful fiendish demon? At this moment, Hong Long suddenly said in surprise. Gang leader, the city lord has just issued a city defense mission. As long as you can stop this demon for 15 minutes, you will be rewarded with the position of city commander. Chapter 1659. The position of commander. To all the people who were struggling in the Scarlet Spirit City, this was a very exciting stimulant. Once one became a commander, at least in the city, he would have a lot of privileges. It was also a symbol of identity. Although he could not kill people in the city openly, he could exercise the law enforcement authority. Once he had the law enforcement authority, as long as he could convict you, he could directly lead the troops to arrest you. At the same time, the number of commander positions was very limited. The future city lord position was also born from these commanders. Once he became a commander, he would have the opportunity and qualifications to compete for such a position in the future. He could also receive a salary every month. After all, he was someone who had contributed to the city, so he must not be mistreated. Hong Long told Li Zhongjiu about the benefits of becoming a commander. Li Zhongjiu was obviously very interested in the position of the city lord. He must get this reward. It was such a good opportunity. Li Zhongjiu would not let it go easily. However, it wasn't a simple task to complete this task. The opponent was a real existence of the 9th level of the celestial realm. Li Zhongjiu had not even reached the real celestial realm. However, in the mission of the city lord, it only said that he had to delay the opponent's footsteps for 15 minutes. It was naturally very difficult to kill it. For the current Li Zhongjiu, it was also impossible. But to delay it for 15 minutes, it was not impossible to succeed. At this moment, there were already other experts who rushed up dauntlessly. Among them, there was no lack of celestial realm experts. However, the strength of these people was not worth mentioning in front of this giant snake demon at the peak of the celestial realm. They could not withstand a single blow. They did not stop the giant snake demon at all. From this, one could see the attack of this giant snake demon. Li Zhongjiu was also observing the footsteps of the serpent demon. The content of the mission was to stall the serpent demon and prevent it from crossing the city center. Once it did, it would be equivalent to failing the mission. Many people were also waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Now, they did not make a move directly. At least, they wanted to see the situation clearly first. If they rushed out rashly, they would be like these people, rushing forward to die. Li Zhongjiu was not in a hurry. Even though he wanted the position of commander as well, at the very least, he knew his limits. He wouldn't rush to the position without any hesitation. Most of the people who had to rush up just now did not want to go up directly, but were pushed up by others or simply could not avoid it. Therefore, when they rushed up, they were easily torn apart by this serpent demon. Moreover, the serpent demon was surrounded by a poisonous gas. It was because of this poisonous gas that many people lost their fighting strength when they got close to it. The enemy was approaching the center of the city. At this moment, there was finally an expert who was worthy of being called out. 3 experts at the 6th level of the celestial realm joined forces to make a move. A powerful fiery attack landed on the serpent demon's head. However, the serpent demon's defense was too strong, and the three of them joined forces to defend against it. The three of them did not work at all. On the contrary, the giant snake demon was completely enraged. In an instant, its body rolled and formed a whirlwind, directly sucking the three people into its poisonous gas range. The three of them had wanted to keep a distance from Lin Fan. However, they had not expected that they would lose all resistance the moment Lin Fan unleashed this move. They were sucked into the poison circle, and were instantly poisoned. Even the Yuan Qi defensive shield on their bodies and any inner armor were useless against the poison. The poisonous gas attacked their hearts. They were also swallowed by the giant snake demon again. The crunching sound of bones being crushed was also heard clearly by everyone. It had bitten people into pieces before they were even dead. It must be a very strange thing to have such a feeling. No one dared to step forward rashly. Even 3 experts at the 6th level of the celestial realm could not resist. If they were to step in, they would only end up losing their lives. Although the position of the commander was very tempting, they gave up on it after thinking about it. In the end, they gave up. Thousand Moon Pavilion of the Thousand Moon Sect. Naturally, the Thousand Moon Sect Master also received the news. At the same time, she also wanted to step forward and give it a try. However, when she saw that the 3 experts at the 6th level of the celestial realm were easily killed, she temporarily gave up on the idea. If she rushed forward, only death would await her. Moreover, it would only bring a heavy blow to the Thousand Moon Sect. It's impossible to stop it. We're doomed. Despair flashed across the Thousand Moon Sect Master's eyes. If Crimson Soul City was lost, the foundation that she had built in Crimson Soul City would be destroyed in an instant. If the city was lost, would her previous efforts still exist? She was not an expert like the City Lord. Although the city was destroyed, her strength was still there. She could find a place to rebuild at any time. Even if she went to other cities, such an expert would still be a distinguished guest. There would not be any change. Only the people below. It was unknown how many of them would survive. Ling Yu and the rest maintained the array. The city lord led the 10 commanders in the city to fight against the 9 top-notch demons. However, it was difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. If the 10th demon joined the battle, it would be very dangerous. Damn it! Ling Yu cursed under her breath. She saw that the giant snake demon was about to cross the center of the city and approach them. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky. A terrifying chaotic energy hit the serpent demon's tail in an instant. Boom! The tail was instantly smashed off by Li Zongjiu. Immediately, a poisonous gas was released from the tail. Li Zongjiu had been tempered by the power of 5 poisons from Spiritual Master 5 poisons, so he had a certain level of immunity to the poison. In addition to the increase in his strength and the existence of the chaotic body, it helped Li Zongjiu resist the poisonous gas. That was why he was not poisoned to death. After smashing off the tail of the giant snake demon, Li Zongjiu stepped on Ao Tian's back and quickly soared into the sky. Ao Tian's strength was also in the celestial realm. Most importantly, Ao Tian knew how to fly. It was easier for him to fly than Li Zongjiu. Boom! Li Zongjiu urged Ao Tian to circle around the body of the serpent demon. After deliberately angering the serpent demon, Li Zongjiu charged in the direction that the serpent demon had come from. Since he wanted to delay for 15 minutes, he had to anger the giant snake demon and lure it away. Just the time it took to go back and forth was not difficult to hold on for 15 minutes. Chapter 1660. War was all about strategy. Just now, that group of people kept rushing up. Of course, the other party could easily take care of them. Would they even wait for them to eat? When Li Zongjiu's figure appeared, Ling Yu, who was in the distance, was shocked when she saw him. It's him. Ling Yu's eyes flashed with surprise. She did not expect Li Zongjiu to appear at this critical moment. Most importantly, this person was quite aloof. He even changed her array formation without her permission. When she wanted to lower herself to communicate with him, this guy actually? He did not want to talk to her. This caused Ling Yu to feel extremely furious. Do you know him? The handsome man beside her frowned and asked when he heard the fluctuation in Ling Yu's tone. He's a tenant of mine, Ling Yu said faintly. She realized that she seemed to be a little agitated just now. No one should be so surprised. It was inevitable that people would be suspicious. Although Ling Yu said so, the handsome man obviously did not dare to believe that the two of them were so simple. There must be something fishy going on. After all, he knew Ling Yu's character very well. She would never be moved by anything. Just now, there was a rare fluctuation in her expression. The latter was obviously a little surprised. Therefore, the handsome man also remembered Li Zongjiu's appearance in his heart. At the same time, he cursed in his heart. He hoped that Li Zongjiu would be killed by this big snake demon. The Thousand Moon Sect Master, who was in the Thousand Moon Tower, also saw Li Zongjiu. It's him. He finally made a move. The Thousand Moon Sect Master was not clear about Li Zongjiu's strength. However, when Li Zongjiu made a move last time, his clean and neat swordsmanship had left a deep impression on the Thousand Moon Sect Master. At the same time, Li Zongjiu killed Commander Mi Shi directly some time ago. He knew that Li Zongjiu's strength was definitely not simple. When this task appeared, the Thousand Moon Sect Master was actually looking forward to Li Zongjiu making a move. Now, he finally made a move. At the very least, there would be a good battle to watch. The Thousand Moon Pavilion itself was also supported by the array formation. In addition, most of the forces were attracted by the city lord and the city guards. Therefore, they were not in too much of a risk. Ao Tian circled around and brought Li Zongjiu with him as he flew into the distance. However, the serpent demon did not hesitate at all. In an instant, its broken tail grew out again. At the same time, it swung its tail violently, sending out a gust of energy that sent Li Zongjiu and Li Zongjiu flying. Ao Tian's huge body was sent flying. Li Zongjiu leaped off proud heaven's back and shot off into the distance. Boom! His figure instantly flew into the distance. Ao Tian had also completed his mission. After attracting a wave of attacks, he gave up. The serpent demon did not specifically target Ao Tian. Instead, he chased after Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu had just broken his tail and attracted a lot of hatred. No matter what, he could not let Li Zongjiu escape. Go! Li Zongjiu summoned the tiger-headed warlord. This fallen race warrior did not hesitate to descend from the sky. With two hammers in his hands, he smashed them down on the serpent demon's head. The serpent demon was very straightforward. It swallowed the tiger-headed warlord in one bite. The tiger tally in Li Zongjiu's hands also lost its effect at this moment. It can't even block a single move. Li Zongjiu was still expecting the tiger-headed warlord to be able to withstand a few moves. In the end, it was swallowed in an instant. Only when facing a serpent demon could one feel the terrifying power of the latter. It was not something that could be casually withstood. Not to mention 15 minutes. Even if it was 15 seconds, no one could withstand it. Array formation, rise. When Li Zongjiu circled around the serpent demon, he secretly set up some supreme-grade primordial stones that contained the power of the array formation. As Li Zongjiu's strength was activated, suddenly, these tens of thousands of supreme-grade primordial stones contained the power of lightning. They intertwined with each other and floated around the serpent demon. Immediately, Li Zongjiu activated the power of the array formation. Suddenly, a flash of lightning engulfed the serpent demon's body. Floating Thunder Array, one of the high-level arrays that Li Zongjiu mastered. It was this terrifying Floating Thunder Array. It successfully delayed the serpent demon in front of him. However, the serpent demon itself was not harmed at all. It was actually unscathed. Li Zongjiu was shocked. Damn it, this guy's skin is so thick? Li Zongjiu cursed. In the next second, the serpent demon directly smashed the floating thunder array. At the same time, it quickly rushed out and pounced on Li Zongjiu. At this moment, Li Zongjiu also made the best use of his time and flew further away. Otherwise, the time that they had fought so hard for would be wasted. Speed up array. Li Zongjiu cast the speed up array on himself. His body instantly disappeared from the sky above the city with a boom. At the same time, his body split into several afterimages, causing the serpent demon to completely lose its target. It could not figure out which one was Li Zongjiu's real body. It could only use its terrifying power to crush Li Zongjiu's doppelganger in an instant. The latter exploded with a boom, and a huge wave of poisonous gas burst out from its body. This huge wave of poisonous gas destroyed half of the city in an instant at an incomparably fast speed. Most of the people who were in this poisonous gas were on the verge of death. They were directly engulfed by this terrifying poisonous gas. Their breaths disappeared. 2 of Li Zongjiu's doppelganger were also destroyed by the wave of poisonous gas. The remaining real body also quickly flew out of the city. Since it had already discovered Li Zongjiu's figure, the serpent demon immediately chased after him. Its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already above Li Zongjiu. Even if Li Zongjiu cast the speed-up array and various arrays to delay it, it was useless. It still caught up with him. But at least, Li Zongjiu had become the one who had delayed the serpent demon the longest. He's really something. When Lingyu saw that Li Zongjiu had actually succeeded in luring the giant snake demon away, a trace of surprise flashed across her eyes. Clearly, she was very surprised. The fact that Li Zongjiu could appear was already very courageous. If he could really do it, it would be even more impressive, even more terrifying. With such strength, she definitely had to nurture him well in the future. But she just hoped that Li Zongjiu could also protect himself, or at least escape. The situation was not so optimistic. The situation was naturally not optimistic. Li Zongjiu even regretted that he had stepped forward. His opponent's terrifying strength, when they fought, there was no way to resist at all. His opponent's defense was too strong, and his various moves could not break through. Besides the sneak attack at the beginning, he had used the chaotic energy to gain an advantage. If he were to attack now, he would definitely be sent flying as soon as he got close to the serpent. Now, to deal with the serpent, there was only one move left. Evil Soul Eye. Li Zongjiu activated his natal skill. This move? Li Zongjiu had only used it less than 5 times. In thousands of battles, Li Zongjiu had only used this move a few times, and it had never failed. Chapter 1661. When the Evil Soul Eye appeared. Obviously, Li Zongjiu also saw the big snake demon's body tremble slightly. However, the big snake demon was aggressive, and its aura did not weaken at all. Li Zongjiu was also very surprised. He was stunned for a moment. Could it be that his evil soul eye had lost its effect? If the evil soul eye had lost its effect, Li Zongjiu would not have any other ideas. He would just run away quickly. However, Li Zongjiu did not have time to run away. The big snake demon's body made a loud boom. It fell to the ground. Li Zongjiu was also shocked and broke out in cold sweat. He thought that this guy was immune to his evil soul eye. Now, it seemed that this guy would also be affected. Since it was affected, it was easy to deal with. Li Zongjiu also heaved a sigh of relief. He saw the big snake demon's body fall to the ground. His figure also slowly descended and began to set up a formation around it. Li Zongjiu did not know how long his formation could last. If it could not hold on for a long time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Li Zongjiu also needed to hurry up. Since the big snake demon was affected by the evil soul eye, it was impossible for Li Zongjiu to let the big snake demon be affected by the evil soul eye again. Firstly, the big snake demon would enter a defensive state. Secondly, it would also have some resistance. The success rate was very low. The rest of the people in the city saw this scene. When Qianyu saw the big snake demon fall, he was completely stunned. Oh my god, he killed that demon? Even the Qianyu sect leader himself could not believe it. Looking at the scene in front of him, the big snake demon's body fell to the ground with a loud boom. He did not know what method Li Zongjiu used to defeat the big snake demon. It was really quite terrifying. Such strength was beyond everyone's expectations. Even when Ling Yu and the others saw this scene, they were very surprised. They did not expect it at all. Li Zongjiu actually had the ability to defeat a demon at the peak of the celestial realm? However, they soon found that he did not defeat the demon. Instead, he used some method to make the demon faint temporarily. They also breathed a sigh of relief. At least, Li Zongjiu was not such a terrifying existence. If he could kill a demon at the peak of the celestial realm, then Li Zongjiu's strength would be very terrifying. At least, the Red Soul City Master would choose to recruit him. The position of commander, naturally, the demon. But it is enough to delay it. A female commander beside the Red Soul City Master, who was dressed in cold silver armor, turned to look in the direction of Li Zongjiu. When she found that Li Zongjiu had defeated the big snake demon, she was very surprised. However, she was also a little unhappy with Li Zongjiu. There was a trace of cold light in her eyes. This was a look that was directed specifically at Li Zongjiu. She was Commander Han Yue. Li Zongjiu had seized Han Yue Villa and destroyed the Sky Fiend Alliance that she had painstakingly built. She was the master behind the Sky Fiend Alliance. Commander Han Yue. Originally, Commander Han Yue was determined to kill Li Zongjiu. However, when she saw that Li Zongjiu had some ability, she was relieved. He also felt a little relieved for Li Zongjiu. As long as Li Zongjiu was willing to submit, there would be no problem and he could spare his life. This was also because the latter had some ability and was willing to step forward bravely at this time, so she gave the latter a chance. Even the Thousand Moon Sect Master could find out Li Zongjiu's identity, let alone Commander Han Yue. Commander Han Yue only needed to say a word, and she would be able to find out who was behind this. However, before she could deal with Li Zongjiu, she encountered such a situation. If Li Zongjiu was willing to help and protect Red Soul City, Commander Han Yue could consider giving Li Zongjiu a lighter punishment. Otherwise, she would definitely teach Li Zongjiu a lesson. In this Red Soul City, there was actually someone who dared to play such a conspiracy against her. Li Zongjiu did not know that Commander Han Yue had decided to let him go for the time being. He did not care about these things now. Instead, he was using all his strength to set up the array. The latter would definitely not last for such a long period of time. Once the effects of the evil soul eye wore off, the giant snake demonic demon would awaken. One could imagine that once the latter awakened, its tyrannical aura would be even more intense. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, the giant snake demon's aura was completely released at this moment. Boom! The giant snake demon in front of him instantly released its aura. It had finally woken up. Without the slightest hesitation. Under such circumstances, it opened its eyes. At the same time, a terrifying poisonous gas quickly condensed around its body. Boom! The color of the sky and earth changed. Everything turned into an extremely dense pitch-black color. It directly covered Li Zongjiu. When Hong Long and the others in the distance saw this, they were also stunned. Who would be able to survive the descent of this monstrous poison gas? In the eyes of others, Li Zongjiu himself was definitely going to die. He would be directly poisoned to death by this poisonous gas. Even Ling Yu, who was in the array. When she saw this scene, she was also stunned. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Such a terrifying power was definitely not something that Li Zongjiu could withstand. Could it be that Li Zongjiu was so easily poisoned to death? She could not believe it. The handsome man beside Ling Yu was already clapping his hands and cheering in his heart. At the same time, He felt very happy for Li Zhongzhou's overestimation of his own abilities. With such strength, he still wanted to seek the position of commander. This was the result of overestimating one's own abilities. These demons would not give you a second chance. If you were killed, you would be killed. You would not have any chance to start over. Is he dead? The Thousand Moon Sect Master also did not dare to believe it. At least in her heart, she did not dare to believe it. In her opinion, Li Zhongzhou would not die so easily. There must be some other reason. Perhaps there would be a miracle. In the next moment, a ray of light appeared directly around the poisonous gas array. Then, an extremely terrifying suction force erupted. The giant snake demon also looked down at its body in shock. There was a trace of astonishment in its eyes. It was as if he was being dragged in by this force. Boom! Finally, the giant serpent demon and the surrounding poisonous gas disappeared in an instant. Li Zhongzhou also disappeared together with it. Boom! The surrounding spatial fluctuations made the experts in the city understand one after another. Li Zhongzhou actually set up a teleportation array. A teleportation array? At this moment, even the Red Soul City Master could not help but look in the direction of Li Zhongzhou. But now, both Li Zhongzhou and the Serpent Commander had disappeared without a trace. Obviously, Li Zhongzhou sacrificed himself to teleport the giant snake demon out. Chapter 1662. The moment the teleportation array appeared, it also made many people's hearts tremble violently. There was actually such a great person. In this great world, to be able to have such a character was very rare. Now that they saw it, they were indeed a little shocked and surprised. However, Li Zhongzhou's departure also successfully relieved the pressure on the Red Soul City. This guy is really... Commander Han, you did not expect Li Zhongzhou to have such a backbone. He actually made such a huge sacrifice for the Red Soul City. It was truly admirable. In this way, Commander Han, you could not say that he would continue to argue with Li Zhongzhou about the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. The Heavenly Fiend Alliance had also been mismanaged. Therefore, there was no need for such a gang to exist. Compared to Li Zhongzhou's sacrifice today, this gang was nothing at all. If it was destroyed, so be it. Counterattack! The Red Soul City Lord roared. Finally, at this moment, he found the other party's loophole and opportunity. In an instant, all the power was added to his body, helping the Red Soul City Lord's aura soar at this moment. At the same time, he charged towards the 9-peak Sky Realm demons. At this time, he was also accumulating his strength and observing the other party's weaknesses. At this moment, he had also grasped the other party's weaknesses. Coincidentally, the morale of his side had also risen greatly. If he did not counterattack now, when would he? In an instant, this terrifying power exploded. He charged towards these demons. The Red Soul City Lord was fighting. Li Zhongzhou was not idle either. First of all, Li Zhongzhou was not dead. Moreover, if Li Zhongzhou was not confident, he would not joke with his life. The teleportation array in Li Zhongzhou's hand was teleported to the place. It was not anywhere else. It was the bottle that he had bought previously to store the Chaos Chi. This thing was in his hand. Li Zhongzhou knew that this bottle was definitely a treasure. It was also a storage space. Although the Chaos Chi seemed like a small strand of energy, it was actually a huge amount of energy. One could clearly feel the terror of this power. For it to be able to withstand the power of the primal Chaos Chi, it was clear that the bottle itself was very powerful. Therefore, the bottle itself was also a powerful magic treasure. The moment he appeared in the bottle, Li Zhongzhou engaged in a battle with the latter. The hammer of chaos will appeared in his hand. He summoned the terrifying and violent primal chaos force, which exploded madly in the small bottle. Although the other party was powerful, however, under Li Zhongzhou's primal chaos force, they were able to escape. Even then, he would have to admit defeat after getting hurt. Li Zhongzhou's primal chaos force had beaten them into submission. Immediately, Li Zongjiu broke free and successfully escaped from the bottle. Then, he sealed the bottle in his hand. This bottle was originally bought by Li Zongjiu. Therefore, the laws of this great world automatically recognized Li Zongjiu as the owner of this bottle. It was not surprising that Li Zongjiu could control the bottle in his hand. In fact, when he used this method, Li Zongjiu was not sure if it would work. In the bottle, he used his mental strength to carve a receiving array for the teleportation array. Then, he used the teleportation array in the outside world to directly teleport the two of them in. Li Zongjiu had never tried this method before. Therefore, it was also his first attempt. But now, it seemed to have succeeded. When Li Zongjiu's figure landed, he breathed a sigh of relief. He still appeared in the city. However, it was in a more secluded corner. Li Zongjiu had placed this bottle in a more secluded place in advance. He would not be at ease if it was in anyone's hands. If the other party directly sealed the bottle, he would definitely not be able to open it and would be done for. Although they had successfully escaped from danger and temporarily sealed the serpent demon, they were still unable to do anything. Li Zongjiu's current state was also very bad. His whole body was also surrounded by poisonous gas. Even if Li Zongjiu could refine the poisonous gas, the sudden increase of poisonous gas just now was too much and too terrifying. The poison of the other party's realm was too strong. However, danger was still lurking in the city. There were already many demons wandering around. If they found Li Zongjiu, they would definitely not show mercy and directly kill Li Zongjiu. Wu Shuang, protect me! Li Zongjiu was dizzy at this moment. If it took a little longer, he would not be able to hold on. Therefore, he quickly summoned Wu Shuang to protect him. After Li Zongjiu's mental strength increased to the celestial realm, he could communicate with Wu Shuang. He was also able to communicate with Wu Shuang, but there was no way for him to reveal Wu Shuang for the time being. He still needed some time. The Wu Shuang sword immediately appeared beside Li Zongjiu. It hovered in the air, looking around. Occasionally, one or two little demons would pass by. Li Zongjiu also restrained his aura to the minimum. He was also in a state of serious injury. The terrifying poison covered Li Zongjiu's aura and formed a protective barrier. At this moment, Ao Tian and the others in the small mountain house were also a little anxious. However, at least Hong Long had not become the new gang leader. This meant that Li Zongjiu was not dead. Since he was not dead, why did he not appear for the time being? Therefore, Ao Tian and the others were thinking of ways to find Li Zongjiu. Perhaps now was the time when Li Zongjiu was in danger. However, there were too many demons in the city. There was no way to leave. I'll go look for him, Ao Tian said. Back then, Ao Tian was indebted to Li Zongjiu for saving his life. Therefore, Ao Tian sincerely treated Li Zongjiu as his master. Now that Li Zongjiu was in danger, he naturally could not sit back and do nothing. He had to step forward bravely. He had some connection with Li Zongjiu. Therefore, he should be able to find him. Hearing that Ao Tian was going out to look for him, the fatty's eyes flashed. At the side, a cold glint flashed across the eyes of the fatty. Other than Ao Tian and Li Zongjiu, none of the people present were a match for him. Therefore, he could reap some benefit. Just as the fatty was thinking about it, Ao Tian suddenly appeared in front of the fatty. Then, he smashed the fatty's head with his palm. The fatty fell to the ground dead. He turned into a soul being. Even at the moment of his death, he did not understand why Ao Tian would act so decisively. Before Li Zongjiu left, he had already instructed Ao Tian that if Ao Tian wanted to leave the formation, he had to kill the fatty. This was because the fatty was in cahoots with the others. Originally, he wanted to coordinate with them from the inside. However, he did not expect that. Ao Tian was so strong. Therefore, when Ao Tian killed the other 5, the fatty had already given up on the idea of coordinating with them from the inside. He might as well beat them at their own game and stay here for the time being. The others were not surprised that the fatty was killed. After all, they were all from the same sect. Only the fatty was not from the same sect. Therefore, it did not matter if he was killed. Aotion left the formation. At the same time, he attracted the attention of the demons in front of him. He was taken to another place. This temporarily brought some peace to the small mountain residents, but the war continued to break out. The terrifying commotion caused everyone to turn their heads. Chapter 1663. Aotion's figure was very risky in this city, searching for Li Zhongjiu's movements. However, the place where Li Zhongjiu appeared was also watched by 3 pairs of eyes. In the city, any place would become dangerous. These people would use all kinds of methods to hide their auras. In this way, they could at least ensure a high survival rate. They had even prepared some magic treasures in advance. He was able to completely restrain his aura. Not far from Li Zhongjiu, there were 3 people who disguised themselves as a wall. Behind the wall, there were actually 3 people who were closely watching Li Zhongjiu. That bottle just now seemed to contain that serpent demon? One of them couldn't help but exclaim. The serpent demon was a pinnacle-level demon, after all. Pinnacle of the heaven realm. He could actually capture it alive. It was already very good to be able to escape, but they did not expect that Li Zhongjiu would capture one alive. Such a thing could happen, and after it happened, it was actually seen by the 3 of them. Such a demon can be sold for at least 200,000. 200,000 soul beans. There would definitely be a lot of people who were interested. No one had ever done such a business. Not only that, at least 1 million? That's something that has never appeared before. Another person said with certainty. Looking at the millions of soul beans in front of them, what else was there to say? No matter how big the risk was, they had to get the soul beans first. Otherwise, what would they do if they ran away? However, he missed such a good opportunity. That kid seems to be seriously injured. He's recovering now, and only has that sword to protect him. The 3 people in front of them were all Heaven Realm experts. As a Sky Human Realm expert, he actually did not take the initiative to attack, but instead stayed where he was and made such a move, dragging out an ignoble existence. Of course, there was nothing to criticize, everyone had their own way of living, not to mention, the rest of the people were risking their lives to protect the Crimson Soul City. That was because they had a lot of benefits in the Crimson Soul City. If the city was destroyed, all their previous efforts would be in vain. That was why they were so desperate to protect the Red Soul City. But for people like them, what? They just needed to change a place and live a good life. Of course, if the Crimson Soul City was directly destroyed, these people who were idling in the city would very likely be killed by these demons. These demons did not come to the city for a vacation, but to kill. If the Crimson Soul City Master and the others were unable to kill the demons at the peak of the Celestial Realm, then these demons would search for other experts and kill them all. Therefore, they still hoped that the Red Soul City Master and the others could win. They were not worried about the Red Soul City Master's side. At this moment, they had to get the 1 million soul beans in their hands first. Of course, they had to seize the time and find an opportunity to attack. Attack! The 3 of them immediately went on the offensive. Finding an opening where the demons were not around, they rushed out and rushed towards the unparalleled sword in front of them. One of them entangled the unparalleled sword, while the other 2 quickly rushed towards Li Zhongjiu. Although Hu Wushuang had not revealed his true body, his will had already awakened. Previously, he was worried that there would be an accident. As expected, such a dangerous accident really did happen. Fortunately, Hu Wushuang had drawn a formation around Li Zhongjiu in advance. Just now, he seemed to be flying aimlessly, but in fact, he was drawing a defensive formation around Li Zhongjiu. When he was attacked by the 2, Li Zhongjiu's body automatically released a light screen around him, directly repelling the 2 of them. Hu Wushuang was also engaged in a fierce battle with the other person. The other party was still a Heaven Realm existence. Wushwang used his strength to the limit. However, he could only barely resist the latter. I didn't expect this kid to be so vigilant. The two experts who were repelled also touched their noses. A few demons even appeared around them. At this time, if the demons dared to cause trouble, they would be killed directly. No one could stop the three brothers from getting rich. Break his formation. Although the arrangement of this formation was ingenious, it was not unbreakable in terms of strength and power. Therefore, as long as they used a bit of power, they could easily break this formation. It was just that at the beginning they were a little surprised. Originally, they should have been able to discover it. However, they did not expect such a situation to occur. The main reason was that they were too hasty, so they were repelled. Although Wushwang was anxious, he was desperately blocked by the people in front of him. In addition, he did not want to show his true body, so his combat power was greatly reduced. At this critical moment, suddenly, a fierce venom attacked from behind the two of them. The two experts were instantly shocked. When they looked back, they quickly propped up a defensive shield with their origin energy. The other party's terrifying venom also rapidly smashed into the defensive barrier of the two people. Roar! Aotian had arrived. His figure landed, and with a swing of his tail, he sent the two of them flying. Obviously, Aotian's arrival had also surprised and shocked them. Aotian landed. Because it was Wushwang who helped him previously, Aotian was somewhat familiar with Wushwang's aura. As such, when Wushwang's aura burst out, he naturally discovered it. Therefore, he desperately chased after it. Finally, he found it. Just in time. Roar? Aotian roared at the people in front of him. He used his voice to intimidate the people in front of him. The people who were tangled with Wushwang's sword quickly retreated. The three of them stood side by side, looking at Aotian. A cold light flashed across their eyes. Where did this bastard come from? This was 1,000,000 soul beans. They could not let this money disappear just like that. No matter how difficult it was, they had to kill Aotian in front of them. Brothers, let's do it. The person in the middle said. When they attacked just now, they tried their best to suppress their aura. They did not completely burst out. This was because once their aura burst out, it would attract the surrounding demons and quickly attack. However, it seemed that it would be difficult to settle this matter peacefully. The item that was worth 1,000,000 soul beans was right in front of them, easily obtainable. How could they give up such an opportunity? Kill! As the voice faded, the aura of the three of them instantly rose. Like a gust of wind, it swept through the city. Chapter 1664. The aura of the three of them surged instantly. Aotian was taken aback. The three of them were all at the 3rd level of the sky-human realm. With such strength, they still wanted to launch a sneak attack. What were they doing behind his back just now? With such strength, the aura that leaked out just now was extremely weak. The other party unleashed such a strong aura. Clearly, they were not prepared to continue the stalemate. They had to kill Aotian and the rest. Boom! The three of them combined their strength. Instantly, the terrifying energy blasted onto Aotian's body. Aotian immediately unleashed all the scales on his body to resist the terrifying aura of the other party. At the same time, a ball of terrifying venom burst out from Aotian's body. Instantly, the terrifying venom swept towards the three of them. It rushed towards the three of them. Although the venom was strong, its speed was extremely slow. The three of them dodged it easily. Boom! A long flaming whip landed on Aotian's body and tied him up. The other person was quick as well. He swung his whip violently. A terrifying force blasted onto Aotian's body. What appeared in his hand was actually a thorny whip made of yuan power. It tied Aotian up directly. Aotian was in extreme pain. Moreover, this force was extremely strong and wanted to tear him apart. At this moment, the unparalleled sword was attacking wildly. However, the other party was too strong and could not break through at all. Scram! One of them punched the unparalleled sword and sent it flying to the ground. Instantly, the unparalleled sword fell to the ground. It smashed into the ground. It was severely injured. Fortunately, the unparalleled sword had been tempered before. With the support of the heart of the Blue Sea, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. However, Aotion could not hold on any longer. He was sent flying by the person who was good at fist technique. He was severely injured. Hurry up and do it. The surrounding demons are coming. One of them said. There were even some demons that came close and were killed on the ground. Hence, the two of them joined forces to break the formation. Aotion struggled for a while but was unable to get up. In fact, some of the demons had already rushed up and bit Aotion. However, after biting Aotion, this demon died instantly. Aotion was a poison dragon, and the blood on his body was highly toxic. As long as these demons came into contact with it, they would die instantly. This was not surprising at all. Peerless Sword used the last of his strength and quickly rushed out. After the opponent's punch broke the defensive array formation, the unparalleled sword blocked in front of Li Zhongjiu. He was prepared to use his life to block this move for Li Zhongjiu. Is there something wrong with this sword? Since you want to die so much, then die. His opponent was also forced into a corner by unparalleled sword's tenacious willpower and perseverance. Immediately, his fist came crashing down. He was determined to shatter the unparalleled sword. The unparalleled sword released all of its power, enveloping Li Zhongjiu. It had no intention of leaving. The opponent's strength was approaching, pushing the unparalleled sword to its limit. Just as the unparalleled sword was about to collapse, a warm force wrapped around the unparalleled sword. At the same time, a familiar hand grabbed the hilt in front of him. You've worked hard. Li Zhongjiu grabbed the unparalleled sword. At the same time, a surge of origin energy flowed into it, helping the unparalleled sword to heal its injuries. The unparalleled sword was on the verge of shattering under the pressure of such a terrifying force. In addition, it was also severely injured just now. Although Huo Wushuang was a sword spirit, he was also severely injured. Now that Li Zhongjiu had poured in his strength, Huo Wushuang could finally heave a sigh of relief. He gently woke him up. Huo Wushuang finally managed to hold on until Li Zhongjiu woke up. Immediately, he fell into a deep sleep, unable to hold on any longer. Seeing that Li Zhongjiu had woken up, they were relieved. As long as Li Zhongjiu woke up, all of them were basically dead. They would no longer be a match for Li Zhongjiu. Moreover, according to Li Zhongjiu's character, he would definitely not let these people off easily. Indefinite hoop. Li Zhongjiu waved his hand casually. The indefinite hoop transformed into the green ghost sword and instantly killed the demon on Aotion's body. At the same time, a surge of origin energy flowed into Aotion's body, helping him heal his injuries. Master! Seeing that Li Zhongjiu had woken up, Aotion was overjoyed. As long as Li Zhongjiu was still alive. If that was the case, then the injuries he had suffered before were nothing at all. The three of them did not expect Li Zhongjiu to be able to recover first under such extreme circumstances. Could it be that he was just bluffing? In reality, he had not even recovered from his injuries. How could he recover from such serious injuries so quickly? He must be pretending to be calm here. So what if you have recovered? Hand over the item and we can spare your life. Among the three of them, the one who was good at fist technique said slowly. There was an undeniable power in his tone. Such a commanding tone made Li Zhongjiu smile. In the past, many people had used a superior tone to talk to him. However, the outcome of these people was usually the same. Then you guys are in a worse situation. Because you have no choice, only death awaits you. Li Zhongjiu said calmly. His gaze was gentle, and he did not look like a person who was good at killing. After absorbing the venom of the giant snake demon, Li Zongjiu could actually extract the energy from the venom into extremely pure energy. Then, Li Zongjiu's origin energy cultivation level officially broke through. There was no surprise. Li Zongjiu directly stepped into the celestial realm. Although the process was a little dangerous and risky, but for Li Zongjiu, as long as he could make it through, nothing was impossible. This little bit of pain and threat was nothing to him. So you have broken through. No wonder you are so arrogant. But your strength is not enough to support your arrogance. The other party snorted. Then, the three of them looked at each other. The three of them joined forces and burst out this shocking attack. A terrifying flaming fist smashed toward Li Zongjiu. All the demons within 100 meters were burned to ashes by this scorching power. Facing such a threatening and terrifying move, Li Zongjiu immediately raised his fist. The chaotic power condensed in his hand. All of a sudden, he threw out a punch. Boom! The power of the two sides collided. Li Zongjiu's chaotic power tore the other party's power into pieces in an instant. At the same time, Li Zongjiu's figure quickly swept over. The moment he got close, the chaotic hammer of will appeared in his hand. When they saw that Li Zongjiu dared to break into the encirclement of the three of them, they were shocked by Li Zongjiu's bold behavior. Immediately, Li Zongjiu also quickly raised the hammer in his hand and smashed it toward these people. Boom! One of them was directly smashed in the head by Li Zongjiu. He turned into a soul being on the spot. What? Seeing this, the other person was shocked. However, Li Zongjiu's chaotic hammer smashed over again, not giving the other person too much time and chance to hesitate. In an instant there was a loud boom. Another person was smashed. When the last person saw that his two brothers were dead, it was obvious that he couldn't believe it. They were actually killed in an instant. What kind of strength did Li Zongjiu have? Wasn't this guy just at the innate realm? How could he have such terrifying combat power? He was completely shocked and astonished by this. Then, he quickly wanted to escape. He turned around and left. What million? Now that he was about to lose his life, why would he care about these soul beings? He was about to turn into a soul being. It was definitely not a coincidence that he was able to kill two of his companions. Then, if Li Zongjiu wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. Therefore, he quickly escaped. You're too slow. Li Zongjiu instantly appeared in front of the other person. He raised his hand. Suddenly, a wave of chaotic energy formed around them. Although it did not form a sealed space. However, the surrounding primal chaos energy seemed to have formed a terrifying bridge that sealed the ladder within, not daring to move at all. Destroy! Li Zongjiu clenched his fist. Immediately, the chaotic energy turned into a terrifying force, completely strangling the other person. Boom! Another 23 soul beings fell into Li Zongjiu's hand.